Hello, everybody. I'm Shaz, and welcome to SOS 55. Joined today by Dally. How are you doing today?
I am doing good. Thank you for asking.
So we have a fantastic lineup this week. A lot of great teams, a lot of great matches. And to start things off, we are going to have the one, the only Sonaria versus Dropdown. I will be completely honest, the only name I recognize on either of these teams is Delta on Dropdown.
I have actually heard of Adamir before from, I believe, Red Sun and Strinfort, because Strinfort drew me a Tim.
Is Delta Shining? Sometimes they go by Logan. It would be a backline. I'm not sure if that's the right Delta, though.
Well, it could also be I believe Red Sun also had a Delta. They played a support, and I still believe Adamir plays Nautilus, and Strinfort is a frontline, typically playing T-Tech.
Ooh, T-Tech. So that's a weapon that would you say that's had a little bit of a resurgence lately? I always see a lot more of them lately when I've been playing with my team. Granted, I'm also in low level, so.
Oh yeah, those have definitely made a bit of a comeback. The buff from 35 to 36 damage definitely helps the shots, because makes the damage more consistent. The bomb combo is a lot more reliable now.
And I suppose with the resurgence of armor, it makes inkjets a lot better too.
Yeah.
Anyone remember the old-fashioned days of S2 back when the game first came out, and it was like everybody was running inkjet, and then people realized that you could use inkjet and armor, and that was like the coolest thing ever. I remember those days.
Kind of reminds me of like the times when Splashdown was like never canceled.
Don't remind me. Worst thing ever at the backline, somebody comes swimming up to you behind you, and then the next thing you hear that sound effect, you see the screen, the ripples on the screen, and you're like, well, this is how I die. And you just couldn't do anything. Nowadays, you just flick upwards and boom, shot right out of the air.
Well, there's always one more thing you can do. It's called jump out.
Yeah. But then you don't get the sick Twitter clips.
Don't need Twitter clips.
Yeah, but nowadays, splashdown cancels a dime a dozen. Back in the old days, it was like, you got a splashdown cancel. That made the rounds, and people thought it was like the coolest thing ever. I agree with Toasty in the chat. Toasty says that we always need Twitter clips. Yes, we do. Always get those Twitter clips. We love to see them.
The most interesting Twitter clip that I think I got was just a triple direct with inkjet. 3 direct shots with an inkjet. That's it.
Okay, admittedly, that is very impressive to me because I cannot inkjet to save my life.
I find that really difficult to believe, because if you play Charger and you play inkjet, you should probably be able to make some long shots pretty well with the inkjet.
No, I play on tabletop, so I have the tiny little screen. Everybody's so small. But I don't think that the good folks here in the chat are here to listen to us talk about old metas and inkjet struggles. Map-wise, we are looking at Splat Zones on Mako, Tower Control Inkblot, and Clan Blitz on Snapper for our first round. I gotta say, I like all these maps. I think that they're pretty good maps for a lot of different weapons. I would love to see a lot of Slosher plays here. Slosher, in particular, was really good on Mako and Inkblot because of all those ledges. The aforementioned inkjets that we were talking about earlier, those can be good on Inkblot, especially to clear some of the upper areas of the plat. Snapper Clans, though, Snapper's kind of interesting. It's such a big map. It's really easy, even if you're moving in a pack or paired up with somebody, to completely neglect one side of the map or the other. And then that's just a free push for the enemy.
Yeah, that's probably one of those maps where I find it a bit more difficult to position accordingly sometimes, because sometimes you have to be watching more than one area usually. So always mixed up in a struggle for Snapper Canal. As for Macklemore and Inkblot Art Academy, I would love to see something like a Carbon Roller come out.
Carbon would be fun.
Yeah.
Just like how sloshers are great on these maps because of the ledges, any rollers are going to be as well, and Carbon is always a treat to watch. I am biased, I'm a sniper player. I would love to see an E-leader on Splat Zones. We're probably not going to see it just because the meta right now, fast-moving comps, no backlines, or if there is a backline, it's going to be a Jet Squelcher. What a world we live in, 2022, and people are running VJet and comp. Seriously, I can remember when it was a meme, essentially.
Yeah, we have that one team who brought it out to thank for that, with the Jet Sculpture and Aerostray MG comp, Cheese Rainmaker. I can't even remember who was playing. I just remember those two parts of the comp.
At Riptide, it was probably Starburst and not FT Win. Probably Starburst with the funky comp. At least call it funky, and it's, well, at least half of it's become meta. Haven't seen too many Aerospray MGs yet. Who knows though, if S3 takes forever to come out, maybe everybody will get fed up with playing K-Shot and we'll end up with Quad Aerospray.
You know what? I'd love to see a tournament with Quad Aerospray, but that also sounds like Nightmare.
One man's nightmare is another person's best dream though. Can you imagine what kind of cool tournament that would be? Like maybe a way to combine the casual community and the comp community, have two comp players, two casual players, everybody running some of these weapons that are beloved by the casual community, but the comp community kind of turns their noses up on it. All the Sploosh Neos, all the Aerosprays, YouTubers everywhere. That would be fun to commentate.
I think I would have to. I think I would pass on playing or maybe even watching that, because I feel like with something like that, you'd probably have like the comp players constantly picking on the casual players in most cases, and then the comp players are just left, and then they start throwing punches at each other.
Yeah, we can dream, Bo. Obviously, there's been a huge amount of discussion lately about how we can better bridge the gap between the comp community and the casual community. There was a big tournament that was from our Splatoon over the weekend that had a competitive side and a casual side. Really great watch if anybody hasn't watched it yet. Obviously, we have people who are making content that's appealing to both the competitive players and the casual players. Dude earlier, actually, he's a big streamer. He got sponsored, actually. So he's part of a streaming organization team now, which is really cool. It's a big thing for Splatoon to have a streamer in the community that is part of that now.
I haven't really been keeping up too much with like anything Splat related in terms of like content creation. I only ever really watch ProChara. That's kind of thing. So that is very nice that dude got sponsorship, because I remember when I was new and I watched Dude before.
Yeah, I would imagine most of us have fond memories of watching Dude, either at the start of our comp careers or even nowadays. It's always great to watch him stream.
Actually, no. My first experience with SRB2 Dude was actually through a Chugga Conroy video where they showcased the Hydra Splatling.
That sounds like a more fun first experience than mine.
Because
my first experience was he kicked my butt in solo queue, and then I realized he was streaming, so I started watching him. That was back when I was a casual.
I actually never even had played Splatoon when I watched that video. I remember. It's probably like, you know how we were talking about like casual and competitive players? That's probably the best unity I can think of, casual and competitive players. Because well, Chugga's just a Let's player, he's not really a competitive gamer. And then SRB2 Dude, he's a competitive player in our community.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good video to watch, honestly. I might have to go and look that up. later.
Yeah, well,
I think we're getting people into the lobby. I'm not sure if we're waiting on someone. I think we are. Now, it
Yeah,
looks
I
like we're
believe
waiting on one member of Sonaria, maybe?
yeah, we should be waiting on one member of Sonaria.
Hopefully they show up soon.
Yeah, I want to watch you guys kick each other in Mako Mart spot zones. Oh, there they are.
Oops. He must have heard us.
Our voices have been heard, for they have been summoned. Well,
So it's going to be real fun to see the comps coming out. Because, I mean, you have guesses for some of these players. I have a guess for one of these players. But we're not really going to know what to expect still. Obviously, we have hopes and dreams. But it's going to be a great first match, I think.
Well, I don't have hopes and dreams, but do you have any other thoughts about this map and mode combination?
So, interesting thing really with this map and mode is that there are a lot of good perching opportunities for backlines, obviously looking at it from a backline perspective, but also from a Slayer perspective, there's a lot of good areas to flank from. I mean, obviously there's the breakfast flank. Half the people do not look on the breakfast side of the stacks until somebody pops up over the edge and kills them. And then they sit there and they're like, why didn't I look there? I should have looked there. I knew they were coming. And then support-wise, there is actually a lot more map to paint than you would expect at a quick glance at it. So they can get a lot of armor, a lot of missiles. So overall, it's a really great map for any special. No E-Leader, but we do see a Hydra Splatling. Hydra is, of course, the longest range Splatling in the game. Like you said earlier, Admir is running the Nautilus. We have no charger, so it must be the support, Delta. And Admir is going to take the stack immediately. 2 down quickly on the side of Sonaria, both Lugal and Hydra going down. So it's going to be a pretty quick cap in favor of drop down most likely, but they gotta get Cloud and Aimer.
Yes, and Benny here taking that fight. Oh, well, I guess we're back to the Hydra. I don't even know. Well,
okay, so Inkjet. One Inkjet out combined with that Ink Armor. Combining specials is very important in this game. Even in the spam meta, you want to combine your specials. Inkjet and Armor Classic specials combine. On the side of Sonaria, since they have the armor missiles, they combine those together to push in. We do see the missiles coming out from Cloud. There goes the armor, so we do see changes to specials coming out now, followed by the Booyah. Unfortunately, Booyah gets taken out by missiles. Those eat through the Booyah shield very, very quickly. Hydra gets a good pick on that K-shot, and the zone is going to flip in favor of Sonaria. Cloud is going through the breakfast side, flank on the side of Dropdown, manages to find one. Looks like they are going to go back off the breakfast again, shoot out those missiles. And that's going to, of course, help their teammates know where everybody is, because they can see where the missile indicators are, and they can also call out people that they did not miss.
Yeah, that's honestly a really important part of missiles, and, well, it looks like the Cloud here is doing a pretty good job. Keeping a lot of pressures on these ledges and painting around. They're very much blocking out a drop down. So
yeah, that's one of the important areas.
Yeah, though now's a pretty good opportunity for Dragcoon to start contesting zones. They've already started extending specials. You know, they expended defense, they already expended their armor as well, and there's already 2 picks down. And that looks like it's very much in Sonaria's favor.
Yeah, 3 down situation with 14 seconds left to go. Not what you want to see on any map, but especially on Mako. You don't really have a chance to get back in with that. So a very, very quick match going to Scenario. But that's not over. Dropdown can still take this back in reverse sweep.
Of course, and reverse sweeps are always fun to watch, because we all love a good comeback, right? Don't we?
Oh, yeah. Reverse sweeps are some of the best sets to watch, both from a player perspective and a viewer perspective, as well as from a commentator's perspective. It's always so much fun because that tension's a little bit higher there. Because one of the teams is thinking, oh, if we win this one, we win. And especially in an elimination tournament, that's very important. You want to stay in winners. You don't want to go down to the losers bracket. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have the other team thinking, oh, we got to win this one because otherwise we get eliminated or we get sent to losers. Obviously, since right now we're in pools, nobody gets eliminated, and it is playoff 3. But later on, not the situation you want to see once you get to the bracket stage.
You always want to keep your composure when playing tournaments because you always want to be as consistent as possible. Like, you don't want to, just because you're 4 up 4 and the other team's down 0, just because you start slacking, you really shouldn't. Just get your 5-0 and done it.
Yeah, so moving on, Tower Control Inkplot. So we did see one bucket last game, which was, of course, the Tri-Slosher. Decent pick here. Kills a lot faster than you would expect. Is it as powerful as some of the other Sloshers out there? Not necessarily, but it's also got one of the best specials in the game right now. Armor.
I think you also forgot to mention that it also has the Burst Bomb combo, or as I usually call it, Burst Canceling, because I'm old school like that.
Yeah, Burst Bomb's great with sub-weapon as well for it.
Yeah, a lot of camp
However, if Sonaria runs the backline again and Drop Down does not, Sonaria's gonna have to figure out a way to stop Drop Down from taking out that backline. So one of the reasons why backline comps do not function super well in this meta is because backlines are very much a sitting duck. And if you take them out, it is easy to get a 3-down or a 2-down situation. It's easy to overrun the other team. They lose their backline. They lose the jump-in point. On the flip side, though, Drop Down doesn't have anything long-range enough to really counteract that Hydra aside from the Nautilus and maybe the Inkjet.
Yeah, I was just about thinking that. This Hydra is definitely going to be very difficult to contest because they can probably mow you down in an instant. Though on the offhand, if you're able to get them out, they're just sitting duck in a few cases.
Yeah, so really what Drop Down wants to do here is they really want to focus on keeping the Hydra missiled. They want to keep the armors out when they are contesting the Hydra, forcing jump outs, just like happens there with the Inkjet. Even if they don't kill the Hydra, as long as they can displace it, that will help them immensely because it cripples the other team's comp. They're much faster moving.
What cripples that Hydra more is its slowness. Because not only are you displacing it, it's slow to charge and also move. So any sort of displacement can definitely slow it down a lot more than you think.
Yeah, also the Dragcoon needs to be the one riding on that tower most likely. You see them taking a very aggressive position there, though, actually getting onto the plat rather than riding tower. A good double there from Delta, make that a triple, and that is a full wipe on the side of, looks like it was Sonaria.
Oh, well, Drop Down got the wipe. And well, this is definitely a perfect time for Drop Down to start pushing. And just like you mentioned how the Hydra, pressure the Hydra so they can't do that much. Look at that. Missiles and Pi right there, they just pushed up. That's how you do it.
Missiles, armor, rush the backline, takes them out very, very quickly, get the jump on the tower, 3 down on the side of Drop Down. That is one stop push. And now the members of Sonaria are going to be able to get back into mid. They're going to start assaulting the enemy plat, which is really what you want to do on a stage. You want to get up onto that plat and lock them out as much as possible, almost as if you're playing a zones match. That way you can prevent them from coming in to the plat area and assaulting the tower. Inkjet coming out now from Stringport as Sonaria nears the checkpoint. If they can get past this checkpoint, that puts them in a really good position.
Yeah, getting past this checkpoint on the stage is definitely going to be important because this push on plat is what's going to decide who wins. And well, luckily for Drop Down, they were able to stop them before they got past checkpoint, which is very important. Though they also have to get past it if they want lead.
Yeah, just by the skin of their teeth, really an excellent stop there. This is coming out now from Drop Down targeting Sonaria. One member of Drop Down is falling around that left stack, one down on each side of the field, and one jumps out on the side of Sonaria, so that's an effective 2 down for them. But Sonaria manages to get 2 down very quickly on the side of Drop Down, so that will stop any sort of starter push that Drop Down could have attempted there with the 2 down on the side of Sonaria.
Ooh. Well, that was a little unfortunate fight right there in that alley. Very good pin. He pinned him on the wall. And that should be our chance for, I can't even read, Sonaria to start counter pushing again. Look at them go. Hydra getting picks.
Hydra's pushing up very, very aggressively. It's a very risky way to play a Hydra, but it's also a very powerful way because it will rip through pretty much anything. But 2 do go down on the side of Sonaria, make that 3 down on the side of Sonaria. It does look like, though, they managed to clear that checkpoint, that all-important checkpoint. Just barely. And that, of course, makes it even more work for Drop Down to do. 1 down now on the side of Drop Down, make that 2. Sonaria is going to come back in with that 2 down. A 3rd going down now, thanks to good old flanking onto the step. That is a delayed wipe.
And Stringforth is definitely in a very prime position to start using that inkjet when they're ready. They popped it out right there. I'm actually, it's actually a good thing that Sonaria is pushing right now, because this is where they can solidify their lead. If they get through this checkpoint and also retaining control, this is like an automatic win. I think they'll also get the knockout. There's not a whole lot of time left, but... Oh, they're not getting the knockout.
And honestly, that is something a bit smarter here. We saw 3 members of Sonaria going down. The last one is coming back to mid. Looks like members of Drop Down are trying to find that last member. But Drop Down has a long road to go. They've got to get through 2 checkpoints. And one of them is really hard to get through. Admir's going to come out with Inkjet, dodges those missiles thanks to some aerial footwork. Does manage to find 1, but 1 is down on the side of Drop Down, and the tower is getting rushed.
Everyone's contesting the tower, and unfortunately, Drop Down lost it at near that checkpoint. And Sonario's winning 2-0. Since it's a play all 3, I hope Drop Down's able to get the 2-1, because 2-1's better than a 3-0. No?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons why we do the play all 3 is because it helps in seeding later into the different brackets. So a win here for Drop Down is still very important. Even if they don't get the set, that can make the difference between them getting into, say, Great White versus Mako, I think, is the second highest bracket. So even though they have technically, quote-unquote, lost the set, they still want to fight as hard as they can here. Question is, though, how are they going to deal with that Hydra? I think they did a better job with the Hydra on Tower Control than they did on Splat Zones. But there are a lot of really powerful positions for even a stationary Hydra to set up on Stabber Canal, and when you have one that's playing super aggressively like Sonaria's is, that's really dangerous.
I'm not exactly... Well, normally what I do against... what I do is probably not going to be done in this match at all, but usually what I do against Hydras is I just beat them by mass production, whether it be Stingray or missiles. So, C-Jet things.
Oh, yes.
Since neither team seems to be playing that, they're just gonna... I'd probably say you're gonna have to look for another way of approaching them, or catching them off guard.
Flanking through the sneaky might be a good idea.
Oh yeah, we do love flanking from around the world, around here.
Well, it turns out that they don't need to worry about that, because Hydra's come and gone. Now they are running a CBS. Which, I mean, makes sense. Clan's fast-moving mode. You want weapons that can move fast. You want ones that can deal with people running straight up to their faces, arguably even more than in other modes like Rainmaker. 2 down very quickly for drop down. Cloud's going to make a ball very quickly as well. Admir is getting pinched by 2. He does have armor, so that will help him fend him off for a little bit.
Ooh, really good trade right there. So, it is gonna. I do believe it's gonna take a while for any push to really happen. Though, Sonaria is able to just get him one power climb, but since everyone's down, there's no follow-up for it. And I see this as a perfect time for drop down to start preparing for a counter push. They're gonna have a pity clam. If they can shuffle clams right, get the correct picks, they should be able to score right now.
Yeah, so right now they actually have 48 total points, not counting the power clam. With the power clam, it bumps down to 68. 2 down on the side of drop down though, so that is going to make it very hard for them to make it to the push. Cloud's going to come up really aggressively and get a third. Really though, it's anyone's game still, even though Sonaria is leading by 20 points, because a push to 20 to 80 isn't really much of a push at all. Not to discount them or anything. We do see that Cloud is coming across the cut now to try and get that power clam in. 2 down on the side of Sonaria versus 2 down on the side of drop down. Moms are going to come into play now to try and keep that pity clam away from the baskets.
Yeah, 20 is a very minimal number to, well, put on the scoreboard currently in terms of objective. If they brought the objective down from 80 to 20, then that's a really hard push for a couple of times. Nope.
2 down on the side of drop down again. This is going to be a big push. Make that 3 down. A lot of clams going in now. Down to 55, and they are still going. You've got 4 more coming in from the far right. Into that little useless area almost. Well, we said 80 to 20 and 80 to 19 we got, and it looks like we might even have a little bit more follow-up if those 2 can get across the cut. They're going to go across the line instead. Very risky. 2 more coming in. CDS is going to have to back off, though. There are 2 right there. That is not a fight that they are going to win.
Yeah, that. Well, I'm not. I'm a little speechless because they did exactly what I was kind of wanting them to do: solidify their lead with a very dominant 13 to 100.
There we see a very rare moment where everybody on the field, except for one person, is dead. A full wipe on the side of drop down, 3 going down on the side of Sonaria just then. So that effectively killed any push that Sonaria was going to be able to make from there, but it also stopped drop down from really getting a foothold in mid, which is what they need. The snap is very, very green right now. We do have 3 down though now on the side of Sonaria. Make that 2 down on each side. So that's going to be drop down big opportunity. Get this push going. They have 1 person respawn. Make that 2. Admir is not going to find anyone with that inkjet, which is unfortunate. He really needed to get that pick off the one on Snipe. A respectable push though to 54 for drop down. So that puts them in a better position to make this game turn in their favor. Admir's going to get 1 with the Nautilus over there. And they do have 10 clams, so they did make a power clam. They're going to go down to that.
Shoot by bombs. And ooh, looks like we got a bit of a slugfest right over here. So, that's unfortunate.
A little bit of good old-fashioned latency there. A little bit unfortunate we caught that on camera.
We do love latency.
The Windows 98 moment.
I thought we were talking about Windows 7.
That's Splatoon 5 netcode. We're not that far yet. Delta's going to come across, pick fight with 1 person that has armor. Teammate's going to come over and help get that into a 2v1. And a good pinch there from the members of Drop Down. Really, really good. You want to see them turning those fights from the 1v1s into a 2v1 or a 3v1. A lot of bombs there by the basket. V1 but Admir is stuck in
like there's a lot of...
He's not going to land in time.
It's not going to land in time, and there's not enough time.
So heartbreaking. very, very close though. It's not unimaginable to say that if Admir hadn't been into Inkjet, which was just really unfortunate timing, that they would have been able to get more clams in, and then they would have been able to at least keep overtime going a little bit longer. And who knows, maybe that would have ended up as a 2-1 in Sonaria's favor.
Well, I'm honestly a bit unsure because at the time it didn't seem like everyone from drop down but Admir was down. So even by the time that they respawned, they probably would have not been able to get more clams because you still gotta get the clams to do objective, you know?
True. And of course, this is all just speculation, but at the very least, they would have had the longer overtime.
Oh, definitely. You could have.
Don't know if our
thrown
next
in
match.
2 clams. You probably could have gotten I think 6 extra seconds on the clam basket.
Well, Admir had 9, so.
Oh well, imagine if Admir got all that in. Or a power clam, or set the timer.
It looks like round 2 is ready to go. We're going to see Puzzle Moon versus Demon Hunters. Honestly, I am not sure which name of those two I like more.
I'm not really sure if I have a preference on which one I like more. Tag here, not typable on keyboard, Bradley.
Good old Bradley. Bradley wins the award for the best name of the evening.
Yeah, not even the teams get the best name of the evening. It's a player who gets it. So congratulations, Bradley. I'm applauding you right now.
We both are. I recognize Nex and Max's name, although I don't, for the life of me, remember what weapons they play.
I happen to not recognize any of these players aside from Bradley, if they are who I think they are. If it's the blob player.
Oh, we love a good blob here.
Yeah. We've done a few pickups together, and honestly, there was probably some of the funnest times I've had doing pickups. Played my best during them.
I think I played with Lucio once or twice. If it's the Lucio I'm thinking of, it is a player that plays midline weapons, so Squeezer, not Cake Pro. And we're going to start with Rainmaker Manta. So, do we think we'll see a Sploosh 7?
There is a very good possibility that we could see a Sploosh 7. That's just because it's Rainmaker.
Yeah, rat moments of a Sploosh are kind of starting to become a classic thing.
It's the rats. There's no escape from the rats.
No escaping the rats.
Well, I'm sure you know how there's no escape from the rats.
Oh, yeah. No escape from the rats.
There is no escape from the rats. We backliners know that there is no way we're dealing with those things.
Honestly, though, Hammer is pretty good here, especially if you're going in through the street. It can clear out the street, it can clear out the cut. As long as you can get the bunker cleared out, it's a pretty free push if you've got a hammer going. Can eat up any bombs that are just waiting right around the corner to get that Rainmaker. Lob, by that same token, can also be pretty interesting to play here. There's so many walls that you can bounce those bubbles off.
There's also a lot of elevation, so you can still be perched up high and get a little bit more extended range for your lobs, and shred the Rainmaker pretty quickly.
Yeah, interestingly though, the elevation, I would say, isn't necessarily as good for a lot of the slosher weapons in certain areas of the map. So, like, for example, in the bunker, you're not going to be able to really stand underneath the bunker and slosh up into it. For most of the buckets, it's too short of a range, or it barely catches the edge, and most people don't hang out right on the edge. And people learned that lesson pretty quickly. I mean, Tricelosters can't even reach the top ledge of it. But then when you have down in the pit area where the pedestal is, if you've got a bucket standing on top of the high ground, that's really powerful for them. And then rollers suffer the same problems here.
Yeah, except Roller could probably just come out of nowhere and one-shot you, like sloshers.
It depends. Some of them have funky hitboxes. Anyone who's played Dynamo,
Squidward hitboxes.
Anyone who has played Dynamo knows all about the funky hitboxes. Moving on, we've got Splatoon's Wreath. Great stage. One of the only 2-zone stages that is played. Really in competitive.
I'd say consistently.
And Tower Control Sturgeon.
And I am going to love seeing the war on these checkpoints.
Yeah, Sturgeon liking Flood
who's gonna spam checkpoint the most?
My checkpoint. No, it's my checkpoint. No, it's my checkpoint. All teams are just going to be harding checkpoints. They're like, mine, not yours. I don't want to share my checkpoints with you. You have your own checkpoints.
Go do your own checkpoint. Let me do mine.
It's also very much like Inkbot, which we saw last set, where once you get past that last checkpoint, it snowballs like crazy. Like, getting past last checkpoint is almost as good as a knockout.
Almost, because you didn't get the knockout.
Everybody loves the extra points for the knockout. I mean, of course, you get more level up points, and it just looks better on Twitter. And there's just something fun seeing your color on the bar smash the other color completely out of it on the results screen.
Oh, I got a better one for you. We took the lead in overtime.
Yeah, but that's also so stressful because you're tensed up and you're like,
stressful, I want. And it's a W, and it's still very awesome.
It's also heartbreaking if it happens to you because one of your teammates decided to go AFK at the wrong time.
Okay, that situation you described just completely sounds like solo queue.
I mean, yes. Good old solo queue.
Heartbreaking is when you miss that last shot that you really needed. And then you lose because of it.
Yeah. So if you had a guilty pleasure weapon for this first stage, one that you really want to see played, which one would you pick? Like, forget the meta for a moment. Custom Jet Sculpture?
I'm sorry. Well, not sorry. I play Custom Jet Sculpture in almost every scrim or match I play. And that's just because I go in with the mentality of, alright, how do I have fun at this game since I haven't been having fun at this game for a long time? Alright, let's make you unable to play the game. So let's see which team is able to make the other team not able to play the game. Neither team is choosing to do that, which is very nice. And we are going to see a big slugfest, because they are running a lot more aggression than usual.
Yeah, we also see lots of Object Shredder on the side of Puzzle Moon. We've got 2 Object Shredders, one of them on the blob. They are most likely going to get the pop. Meanwhile, on the side of Demon Hunters, we see lots of Stealth Jump. And a lot of Inkjets. We've got 3 Inkjet weapons, including a double Inkjet comp coming out from Demon Hunters, who are going to grab that Rainmaker first. Lewis is going to go across that cut very quickly to get the way cleared out. Bomb Rush coming out from Lewis, but not able to find anyone. We have good old-fashioned Inkjet fight from the early days. Who's going to get it?
No.
Nobody. It's a draw. But a real winner there was Puzzle Moon because, well, Puzzle Moon can't jump. It happens.
It's a good job to camp these jumps.
And honestly, 43 might seem like a lot, but on this map, 43 gets to the top of the pit. If you get down into the pit, that's a lead. One member of Demon Hunters is going to jump out, which is smart because they are getting 3 members of Puzzle Moon converging on them. We've got 2 members looking to try and protect that cut. Lucio getting a very, very good pick on that flank, and another Inkjet coming out. Ink Armor and a Burst Bomb Rush to counter that, as well as an Inkjet. Another Inkjet fight, that makes 2. And 1 dead Puzzle Moon member.
Actually, Seems like 2 of them are dead. And our Demon Hunters are making another push, though. They got stopped at that jump right there.
Yeah, and that's why taking the cut can be so risky. It's so easy for members of the other team to just be waiting right around that corner to get you as soon as you climb over. The Pop managed to get somebody hanging out on the wall. Lucy's going to try and grab that Rainmaker again, get it a little bit further. It's back at the 43-point mark. Pretty respectable. I love the aggression that Demon Hunter is pulling out, but 2 members go down, including one who died to the Pop as an inkjet. Don't think he was able to fly his way out of that one.
Ooh, that's a delayed 3rd and 4th. Now this is the time for Puzzlemoon to start doing some action. Get this blob putting a lot of pressure on these ledges. Losing off to the Soda Slosh, though.
Yeah, Soda going down almost instantly, though. 2 down on the side of Demon Hunters. 1 member of Puzzlemoon taking to the sky. A 3rd one going down on the side of Demon Hunters, but they did manage to delay that push a little bit for Puzzlemoon by managing to trade with the Rainmaker. You've got Lucio taking out the Rainmaker. Lead. Yeah, they did split that lead, but still 41 on the left. You got members of Puzzlemoon coming in, though, trying to stuff up Demon Hunters and maybe get a little bit more out of that push. Tiny little bit more. Luce is going to have to back up here really quickly, and Bradley's going to get a really big jump here.
Yeah,
that
little freeze maneuver by Bradley definitely secured their lead. Though they still have 2 minutes left to defend.
And honestly,
this is Rainmaker.
Anything can happen.
Exactly.
Just one unlucky wipe, and the person with enough swim speed picks it up, and they just go all the way to the pedestal. They're going to reset that Rainmaker. Puzzlemoon's going to get a very quick pop-off thanks to the blob in a really good position. Inkjet coming out now on the side of Demon Hunters. Not able to find anyone, it looks like. 1 member of Puzzlemoon does go down, though. Another member of Demon Hunters going down, though. So 3v3 on the field at the moment.
Yeah, each team doing their best to try to create a numbers advantage so that they can make a push. And Demon Hunters, I don't know what they're trying to do right there. I guess they just wanted to move the Rainmaker away from mid or something.
It looks like they were trying to go for a push on the far left or far right area of the map, depending on which side of it you're looking at it. You know, the top area above the first flat zone that everybody likes to hang out on and drop from, or camp underneath.
Yeah.
But 3 going down from that attempted push really hurt Demon Hunters. And the Rainmaker is not in a good position for them at all. It's by
that position can definitely be camped by the blob logger.
Yeah,
They're
honestly.
positioned great.
Oh, a really good laser.
A very nice pick by Bradley right there. But don't get picked yourself there, man.
So we have 3 down on the side of Demon Hunters. Bradley gets the 4th delayed wipe, so Puzzlemoon is looking very, very strong here with 15 seconds remaining. They've got members surrounding that Rainmaker. It's going to be very, very hard for Demon Hunter to grab it. And it looks like they're going to grab it and start taking it back.
Second, which is probably the best play they could have done. The other team, they wiped Demon Hunters, and that is the first match goes to Puzzlemoon.
Yeah, in a very dominant fashion too.
I wouldn't say dominant. This match was actually pretty back and forth, you know, until Bradley got lead.
So 1-0 Puzzlemoon. Demon Hunters though still can bring this back. We're moving on to Splatoon Zarif. The Bob is going to have a fun time here.
I'm having like that moment where I have to wait a moment until I hear that turn on sound, so I can process what I'm thinking. It's not now that I'm thinking about it. Now that you just mentioned that blob will have a fun time. Do you want to know why?
Why?
It's the bridge.
Oh yes, the ever important bridge.
The most important place on this map. The choke is literally the middle area. The bridge.
You can rain down on the enemy tree or your own tree if they're trying to flank through there. You have access to the opponent's street. You can get up to their car area, the plat area, the court area. I want to see one of these teams go for the lockout here.
They really should be going for the lockouts here, because you want to keep the other team as far away from the zone, so that way they can't contest it.
Yeah, in general, everybody's watching. Go for lockouts on zone. It will make your life easier.
Correct.
I really want to see a Dynamo here. So it's definitely a specialist weapon, and I don't think anybody in the lobby plays it. But Dynamo can be really powerful on that bridge.
You know what I like to call Dynamo?
Dynamo?
Lost that weapon select.
I like Dynamos. They're fun.
I do too, but I don't like losing at weapon select. Which is not really possible.
I don't know, we have seen some really good Dynamo players, though. There was Mixter.
Yeah, I was going to say Mixter.
Dynamo, Katya, who was for a long time on Blue WoW. Katya was a really good Dynamo specialist. And it's always just such a treat to watch those specialist weapons, where you don't really see them that often. And then when you see somebody play it well, you look at it and you're like, whoa, that's so cool, I want to be able to do that. And then you go into solo queue and you realize that you can't play it like them, and you have a greater appreciation for how well they do it.
Well, maybe you just get stuck in the unfortunate 2,500 lobbies. So let's start.
It does not look like there are any comp changes. Maybe some weapon changes here and some gear changes, here and there. The only thing that might be different is I think that Demon Hunters is running a junior now instead. Oh, right, the Tri-Slosher. Yeah, so we have a Tri-Slosher on Puzzle Moon, and I think Demon Hunters was running an NZAP last game instead of junior. So maybe they're hoping that a little bit more paint will help them out. Bradley's going to watch that sneaky flank right over there. Abyss is going to be painting that zone up purple as fast as possible, but the Bomb Rush coming out is going to definitely make that go in favor of Puzzle Moon.
Yes,
full white on Demon Hunters.
Come on, get control. We were talking about lockouts, and this is the prime time to start setting up for that lockout. See, Bradley,
especially with the double sloshers. So you had Sneck already over by the car, Bradley in the little flat court area. There is one member of Demon Hunters that managed to sneak out back to mid, make that 2, and 2 members, of course, down on the side of Puzzle Moon. Demon Hunters did a good job to get out of that lockout position. They did stop the zone. Lucio is going to be the one painting that up with Biz to try and make sure that it turns purple while the rest of them move up into the street.
And now they got to do the lockout too. So I wonder. It doesn't seem like they're really. Oh, I see it. I see it now. They cycled to the other side. They cycled to a different area to lock out the blah blah and that inkjet over there.
Yeah, which was really smart. Tuvo do go down. I think that a 2v2 on the field, essentially. Bradley's in trouble, and that is a burst bomb assisted by the Nautilus to get that kill.
Lead has also changed to be in favor of Demon Hunters now, and they're being quite relentless on this lockout right here.
Yeah, which is what you want to see. Kiostar getting a really good pick on that other Nautilus right at the tail end of that inkjet. That is their main killing power on the side of Puzzle Moon. Luck is going to try and break out here as well. Does not manage to get the K-shot, but one member, Sneck, does manage to get the zone neutralized. It's a 3v2 on the field. Lucio goes down to a combination of the inkjet, and it looks like the blob, so that is going to swing back in favor of Puzzle Moon. But a really good lead for Demon Hunters there.
Yeah, 8 is actually 6 is a very solid lead with the penalty of 70. That's a solid lead. If I ever seen one. And double. They're going to start eating back at that. Looks like they're going to start eating back at it if they start paying this. They got the recap.
A really good double there from the Slosher. The Burst Bomb double face is going to get a couple down. But Lucio is going to go into the enemy street. Bradley's forced to use that bomb rush on the bridge and street area to try and make sure that they can and get back into the zone. He trades with the Blobber. And zone is being hotly contested by the 2 shooters on the side of Demon Hunters. Puzzle Moon is going to manage to get
in
that.
Puzzle Moon's favor. Alright. They still have a chance at regaining the lead. Oh. Well, it's going to be a lot more difficult now. 2 fall down.
2 went down. And it looked like 1 might have jumped out, so that was a temporary 3 down, essentially, on the field. Demon Hunters is going to get this cap. Inkjet is coming out now from the Nautilus. Doesn't look like they're able to find anyone, though, and that jump is going to get camped. Almost manages to sneak away. Snackbo with that bomb manages to do enough damage that the next response takes him out. And 3 down now on the side of Demon Hunter. So this is a dangerous spot now for them because Puzzle Moon is pushing up a lot faster than Demon Hunters is. You've got the Inkjet coming out into the street to stop them from coming back in. 1 going down low. That Inkjet does get picked. Lewis is going to come in on the left side, try and get that tree area cleared out. Forces 2 back. Really, Lewis is there to try and distract rather than paint the zone. They're there to try and get kills. Unfortunately, though, 3 going down on the side of Demon Hunters, and all Puzzle Moon's penalty is gone, so they are going to start getting points, and they are going to get them fast. So really what Demon Hunters need to do is they need to push in with these missiles, with the armor that's going to be coming out soon.
They also have to just temporarily cap one of the zones for just a little bit of time. And they got 2 picks necessary to do that. They just need to keep one of their zones painted to regain control. And that
they're going to get it. 47 penalty points, and just barely manages to stop Puzzle Moon from getting a recap. Right by the skin of their teeth, too, you can see that the zones are very, very yellow.
Yeah, it's a little shocking that the Puzzle Moon didn't get control of that zone at the last minute.
They did. It was a funky situation, though, where with the latency, it didn't register in time before the game ended. You see that sometimes. Latency. And one member is in the lobby right now, so it looks like Puzzle Moon is doing a little bit of a swaps. I don't recognize that player. So the question is, what kind of weapon are they going to play? I don't remember which player left.
They're probably going to play something very generic in the meta, like K-Gal.
Possibly. Or they could pull something completely out of left field.
They could pull out Dynamo Roller.
Oh, I wish. Probably not, but I wish.
And our last stage is Tower Control Sturgeon. So, my fellow backliner, what do you like to do on this stage?
Okay. Dolly, do you think all our friends in chat can keep a secret?
No.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm here to entertain, so they'll get to hear it anyways. I really don't like this stage on Tower Control, or Clams, or Rainmaker. The only one I really like it on is Splat Zones. So usually whenever I'm playing this stage and it's not Splat Zones, half the time I'm thinking, oh gosh, why am I on this stage?
That doesn't sound
That's
like a secret.
That's what I do.
That does not sound like a secret. I'm sure most backliners would feel that way. You just the second you get set up on like the snipe, any of the snipes, you're literally getting missiled or bombed out. So you're just like, this is fine.
Oh, it's a secret. It's a secret to everybody except you and all 68 people watching. What do you normally 68? Do here?
Hey, people of the chat, do us a favor and get us one more viewer.
No, it jumped up to 74. Little bit eager there. We love to see all the new viewers.
It's sad. We were so close to greatness.
Oh, we are grateful. Because we're here for IPL. Because what else are we going to do on a Wednesday night?
Watch Jeopardy.
Oh, I can record Jeopardy. I can't record this.
You mean you can't commentate this? You could technically record this if you watch the VOD.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? And you are avoiding the question. You want to bring up Jeopardy? Well then, do I have to give you the answer then, or do you want to just tell us what you do in this game on this map and mode combination?
What do I do?
Yeah.
It's simple. Stingray Stam.
So, C-Jet.
That or Ballpoint if I've gotten to the point where it's time to one-trick it, which is like never.
That meta has gone as well.
I miss that meta so much.
I don't.
Oh,
so it looks like the Blob has gone away, and the Squeezer has come out to play on the side of Puzzle Moon. And then, of course, we have the Rain Try, the Armor NZAP, and the Missile K-Shot. Meanwhile, on side of Demon Hunters, they have a bucket. Not sure which one. Looks like it's the missile one. Yeah, it's the missile one. And they also have a Splash-O-Matic Neo. One of my personal favorite weapons. It's a fast shooter, it's accurate, it has decent killing power. Puzzle Moon's going to take possession of this tower very quickly.
Sorry, I just had to make that comment because that's the only reason why I don't like playing Sploosh. But this is a very solid opening for Puzzle Moon.
Yeah, already through the first checkpoint, approaching the second. Thembo are going down, and they've got members of Demon Hunters to cave around through mid to pinch them into that little court area by where the wall is in Raidmaker. So, solid opening.
Solid opening.
Not necessarily unbeatable.
Oh, look. This should be... And this is a good chance for our Demon Hunters to push up. One pick is all you need, especially if it's on a Squeezer.
Yeah, Squeezer, very powerful weapon, even if bubbles aren't necessarily the best special for tower control. Vernon's going to come and get that member off the tower, and that is a full wipe. Puzzle Moon is going to hunt those Demon Hunters in rapid succession.
Yeah, who's the hunter now?
Probably Puzzle Moon members. Luck's going to be riding this tower, or for them at the moment. I believe that is their NZAP, which is smart. You really want to have your support riding the tower if you don't have a backline to ride it. 2 down now on each side of the field. Vernon is up on the street, 3rd down on the side of Demon Hunters, but he's going to go out very, very quickly thanks to a well-placed bomb. This is going to try and get the member on tower. Doesn't have to trade with one.
Do, but trade.
And they're past that all-important second checkpoint, so this is where things start snowballing in any future push. Yes, all members of Puzzle Moon went down, but that second checkpoint is gone. And the last 20 points on this map, they go by so fast. It is super hard to really recover once they start getting to that point.
Unless you have our favorite special Stingray, you know?
Yes, this is a Stingray free lobby.
Please, play Stingray. Well, I can't ask you anything. You gotta focus on this.
The 2 members down on full wipe on the side of Demon Hunters.
And they're not able to take the lead, even by just 1 second.
Yeah, they really, what Demon Hunters has to do, even if they did get it to 19 points, it's going to go back to 20 if they don't clear 19. They have to get it to 18, which is really hard when all members of the enemy team are up, but still, incredible push there out of them. Vernon's going to push up pretty aggressively here. Gets punished for it, though. That knot is going to take them out very, very quickly. Snecka tries to jump out, not able to do so in time as their fellow slosher dumps a bit too much ink on him. Wolf gets another before falling to the Squeezer. Squeezer's going to go hunting that tower now. Manages to weaken the tower a little bit. 3 down on the side. Make that 4 down now on the side of Demon Hunters. So Puzzle Moon's got to really get into mid and paint it up because it is way too green for their liking right now. They want to make sure that that is solidly blue. Lewis is a little bit far forward from their team. They're on the snipe, moving over to the left-hand side now, and they're going to try and maybe get into a double team. The Nautilus is not able to find anybody with the fall-off. On the contrary, it's the foil Squeezer that's going to get that fall-off on them. One member of Demon Hunters jumping out, effective 2-down situation on the map for them. The rest of Demon Hunters are going to try and go over on the left. The bucket goes down. Make that a full wipe again on the side of Demon Hunters for Puzzle Moon, and things are getting snowballing really quickly. Stek is going to go straight up, as well as the Squeezer full wipe to end the game. 2-1 Puzzle Moon.
That was a lot. and Puzzle Moon, you are right. Puzzle Moon snowballed that very nicely. They got that checkpoint, and instead of just waiting to stall for the game, they decided we're gonna push this and see if we can knock it out. We have the time, so this push could stall the timer as well.
Pushing is almost always better than just playing end game and mid, because even if you go all down or 3 down, that's that much further that they have to push the checkpoint, the tower. Sorry, the objective. Because instead of pushing it 100 or so ticks from mid to the knockout, assuming it's a worst case scenario and you have to get it to a knockout in overtime, you have to push it maybe 120 points, 170 points. Heaven forbid, they got it all the way to 1 right before the game ended, so you have to push 199 points to get from right at your goal to the enemy goal to knock it out. So really, you want to keep playing aggressively and pushing for those pushes, because you never know what's going to happen, and you might as well make it as difficult for the opponent as possible.
Of course, they do say a good defense is a good offense.
Yep.
Or is it a good defense is a good offense? Good offense is a
The
good
best
defense.
defense is a good offense.
Oh, that's how it goes.
We're going to jump straight into round 3, I think. And I am excited because I see Thembo IHOP as one of the teams.
And I see Yume Star, who has Aaron, who is going to be playing. Am I allowed? Would I be allowed to say the? I'm not sure if I would be allowed to say this word, so I'm not going to say it. But he is going to be playing my favorite weapon, the custom jet squelcher. Wait, that's a lie.
We have
My
a
favorite weapon's
backliner in the
Ballpoint.
house.
Our second backliner here.
On the side of Thembo, I recognize a lot of these names because I'm friends with a lot of them. Dan plays brushes, Samson is a K-shot, Nick was support player on Fiction before Fiction disbanded, Boing plays Swatlings. Don't remember what AJ plays. I want to say they're a Slayer.
I believe AJ plays CDS and K-Pro. One of the two.
I think they might play K-Gal.
Oh no.
Lumina, I think I've seen a few times in Low Ink, but I don't for the life of me remember what they play.
Lumina plays stuff like Slash, K-Gal, and K-Shot. I played with them before on a draft team.
And then Blue, if it's the same Blue I'm remembering, is a support player.
As for the rest of their team, I'm unsure who that B in brackets and exclamation points is. They could probably be someone called Blackstar who plays support. And I don't know Ace Spy.
Me either, but hey, we're going to have a fun match to watch.
Who knows?
So moving on.
Depends on what you define as fun.
Everything is fun because we're not the one that has to play it. We're going to have Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track, Rainmaker on Starfish Main Stage, and Splat Zones on Piranha Pit.
Speaking of fun, the only non-fun stage here I'd probably have to say is Rainmaker on Starfish.
I don't know, I have fun on all these stages.
I have most fun on Piranha Pit for all the wrong reasons.
There are no wrong reasons in Splatoon.
Stingray.
Like I said, there are no wrong reasons in Splatoon.
Well, it depends on which side of the spectrum you are on.
Just accept that there's no wrong
spamming is a yes. Getting Stingray spam is a no-no.
Well, like they always say, if you can't beat them, join them. I expect that Thembo is going to try and go for a lot of cheeky little flanks through the plat part. Obviously, it's Humpback, so it would be fun to see some sloshers here. Sloshers can be powerful here. Rollers can be powerful here. Dynamo was a killer weapon here. Not that I want to have any interest in seeing a Dynamo, of course. I totally want to see a Dynamo. Some unplay Dynamo, please.
You know what? I will play Dynamo. Then I will play Dynamo the first match of my solo queue experience for you.
Hooray! We have a Dynamo player now.
No, I'm a ballpoint player.
No, once you start playing Dynamo, you never go back. You're always a Dynamo player.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look up a clip of me playing Dynamo because I have a clip of me playing Dynamo. I'll send it to you.
Look it up later because it's going to be starting pretty soon, probably. So aside from the aforementioned Dynamo and the Sloshers, other weapons that are good here, anything that can get up onto the plats that you want, like Inkjets, Booyah Bombs, those can be really good here. Obviously Bubbles, very, very strong. Bomb Rush, that's one that a lot of people don't really think of.
The Suction Bomb Rush.
Yeah, Nail Splash can be a killer here. It's already one of the really good kind of slept-on shooter weapons. And Bomb Rush can be super good here with the Suction Bombs. So I would love to see that played. So we do see one backline, not two. So on the side of Thembo IHOP, we have a Ink Brush Nouveau, which has Ink Mines and Volver. K-Shot, Grey Zap, and Boing on that heavy Splatling remix. Meanwhile, on the side of Yume Star, we have Vanilla Dually Splashers, not CDS, VDS. Junior, aforementioned Neo Splash, and Squeezer. So very solid picks all around, I would say.
I was actually a bit surprised Aron decided to play VDS over V-Jet Sculpture, because I know Aron more by their Jet Sculpture than Dually Sculptures.
One down on the side of Yume Star, and Damp is going to come in with a little flank, not able to find anyone. Missiles coming out from on the side of Yume Star. That's the aforementioned VDS. Damp's going to push up really hard, run straight into three of them, though. Ooh, good place bomb there from one member of Thembo IHOP. That's either going to be the K-Shot or the NZAP, since it was a suction bomb. No pushes yet. Mid is turning very, very blue thanks to the fact that two members of Thembo did go down very quickly. They're going to come back in and try and get that as yellow as possible. Boeing is doing a good job trying to keep that bunker area clear on the left. One member of Yume is going to flank around a little bit, try and see if they can get behind him. He's going to back off over to Plat, which is very wise. 2 down on the side of Yume Star, 1 down on the side of Thembo IHOP. Make that 3 down on the side of Yume. So now is a really good opportunity for Thembo to get a push in if they can get the clams. They have enough to form a power clam. Damp is in position to come in with the baller. They've got the power clam, they've got the armor. And that is a good old-fashioned jump push.
Yeah, the classic baller in and jumping. Looks like they're able to get the objective down to 57, except they fell down. Both teams kind of fell down by 2 players.
Yeah, but Thembo got 2 power clams in, one that jumped in and one that kind of waltzed in underneath the basket, and then down to 57. So Yume is going to need to get 2 power clams and 2 little clams in to get the lead for now. Nick is going to be over on the right-hand side by the exit, and all 3 members of Yume are bunched up on their plat. So that is just begging for a Booyah Bomb to come out and kill them, or the missiles to kill them.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be like too squished up all together. You do want to be near your teammates. You want to be spaced around so where you can help each other out as necessary.
Another push coming in from Thembo. Well, everybody was looking over on the left-hand side where Damp and I think the K-Shot were hanging around. The other 2 members of Thembo managed to waltz in with another power clam. It does unfortunately not result in any points on the board, but it lowers their penalty. 1 down on the side of Thembo IHOP, and this is a lot of clans on the side of Yume Star. So they have 10 little clans, which altogether are worth 30 points, and then the big clan, which gives them 20. So they have a potential 50-point push here. That is a lot of points. And of course, they have the pity that they haven't picked up, so that's another 20 points. 1 down on the side of IHOP. Bubbles coming out by the basket. That's going to provide some shielding. Thembo wants to bomb those bubbles as much as possible. They do only have 2 lethal bombs, so they want to be careful.
They lost
not
lead
able to
right
stop
now.
the lead. 3 Thembo on the side of Yume Star. And the 4th one is getting pursued pretty quickly, but a good bomb takes out... Was that 2 of them? I think that was a double.
Yeah, I think I missed it. But that was a very solid push by Yume Star. Very necessary. It's very good that they got that push off in the time they needed. but their lead still isn't by very much. If Thembo IHOP just gets in 2 power cleanse, they've already lost that lead. So Yume Star has to play a good defense or get a better push on the next one.
Yeah, Dem's going to go after that. Squeezer unfortunately goes down to those bubbles. Good old-fashioned bubble combo. Squeezer gets another, can they get a third? And they're in position pretty much for a power or clam jump-in push. They just gotta take care of that heavy. So
Yeah,
really what Yume wants to do is they want to get up onto the right-hand side of the plat there with the little wall. 2 down on the side of Yume. They have one member on the plat over on the left-hand side going back towards the exit. They're going to shark over there. Boing is going to snip them out with that point sensor, and they're going to jump out, which is smart. They don't want to hang out there with that point sensor.
Yeah, you don't necessarily, when you're caught in a lot of cases, you don't want to hang out. So that was definitely the better play by Aron.
One member of Thembo does go down. That's their Remix. The Remix looks like they got killed by a bomb. Damp has their special ready to go versus 2 specials on the side of Yume Star. Missiles coming out from Thembo IHOP, not going to find anyone, so they're going to have to charge up more of them very, very quickly. They are in a good position, though, with the armor and the baller ready, very close to the Booyah Bomb as well. Overtime is in effect, so they have about 20 seconds to get that basket open, but 3 power clams. That is going to do a lot. Missiles coming out now, 3v3 on the map. Nick is going to come in from the left-hand side. They got to be careful. One member is in the bunker, not able to take them off. And that RNT, not able to find anyone. And things are running out of time for Thembo. They are not going to get to that basket in time. So the first game goes to Yume Star.
Yume Star did a good job on that overtime defense. The 2 picks that they got to stop the objective was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, one of the most important things that you can do in this game is learn what picks you want to get. So that's like what cripples a comp. What is going to give your comp the most trouble, even if it's not necessarily something that cripples the other team's comp in overtime. For the important ones to pick, it's not always the ball that you want to pick. Sometimes you want to pick a couple other people that are maybe in good positions for making a push first, instead of all just rushing straight for the ball.
That's also true. You always gotta be ready to. You also something I've learned while playing a lot of Jets culture is always looking to help, because
helping teammates is important.
Yeah, because you want to create those 2v1 situations to stop the other team from doing anything. Because if you're able to just pick off one player together as a team, you effectively put your team up.
Yeah, and sometimes that's not even necessarily going for physically to fight. Maybe it's chucking missiles over there. Maybe it's armor. Maybe it's chucking a bomb or toxic mist. So moving on, Rainmaker. Bowling is going to drop the backline in favor of K-Pro. Damp is going to swap over to the Vanilla Brush. Meanwhile, on the side of Yume Star, we finally see your favorite weapon ever, Aaron on the C-Jet. And we see the Sploosh 7, so there will be rat moments to be had.
Oh yeah, I forgot, Lumina also plays Sploosh. Though, I think that Sploosh and C-Jet aren't exactly 2 weapons that complement each other personally. The way Aaron plays C-Jet, though, is very devastatingly powerful.
If you play it very
Stingray is just very dangerous.
Really, it just depends on the aggression.
Look at him go. He's probably going to get 1 pick.
We have 1 Stingray on the board.
Alright, come on, go for 7.
We'll check back and see if he can get 7. Blue is going to push up on the wing, try and get some picks. The hammer is out. It is hammer time, and unfortunately, it was hammer time for the hammer. 2 down on the side of Yume Star. Make that 3. C-Jet only 1 up. Make that delayed white.
This is now your chance to push.
This is going to be a big push. The Booyah Bomb is out. Boing is putting it in a good position there to try and get that member that was on the top right. Not able to find anyone up there, but it does stop them enough for them to get the Rainmaker 217. That is an excellent first push.
17 on this map, while isn't a lot, actually is a lot, because the area you have to get it through is annoyingly difficult to get through, which is why I wasn't very excited to really. I wouldn't have been excited to play the stage personally.
There's essentially 2 chuck points on this map for Rainmaker. The first is going into the pit area behind the snipe. You can either go through the main exit or the exit by the pillow. That's the first checkpoint, essentially. The second choke point is that little ramp. If you get past that ramp, it's really, really a good lead. 17 is surmountable on this map. It's, of course, those being choke points, it's not a guarantee. But Thembo is in a really good position here. One down on the side of Yume Star, and one is stuck in the Ray. So as long as they can make sure that this Rainmaker does not get picked up, but 3 down, just as we were talking commentators, Curse, Yeehaw is going to have to come in really quickly. He's going to have to hope that his teammates come in and help them pop. They got to get those jumps. Oh, a nice double with the Rainmaker. And Yeehaw's going to grab that Rainmaker, and he's going to back up, which is smart. You want to back it up here instead of taking it forward so that way you can reset it. Pushing it back to the reset point in the pit is going to be a little bit too dangerous. But 3 down on the side of Thembo, IHOP, that is not good for them. Blue is going to come up onto the side. Looks like they might be trying to jump across to the right-hand side, the top right. Not able to do so. Oh, they fell. Hammer coming out, dead to a bomb, a well-placed bomb at that. 2 down now for Yume Star versus 2 down on the side of Thembo IHOP. Nick has the Rainmaker right now. Not able to reset it. Does push it backwards a little bit, which is important. You always want it to be as back as far as possible. And the brush gets picked, so that will be lead for Yume Star. A full wipe on the side of Thembo IHOP. I think this is going to be the game in favor of Yume Star. It depends. If they pop this Rainmaker in time, I don't think they're going to be able to. Blue's going to have to go after the Ink Rail. They do manage to pop it, a nice double to end the game, and this is going to be 2-0 in favor of Yume Star, but Thembo's not out just yet.
He's still always got one more match.
And anything can happen, really. Thembo can definitely beat Yume.
I know they
can. The fact that they were able to get that big push at the beginning and the fact that they managed to keep the clan game in neutral for so long essentially shows that they could really do this. And Splatoon's Piranha, that is something that could be pretty good to do it on, especially with that brush. There are so many flanks here that you can do. You can rush down backlines really easily if they do run a backline. Admittedly, this is one of the maps that I don't like playing backline on. I actually prefer to play Bamboo.
I mean, Bamboo is basically effectively a backliner because it's probably going to be the longest range weapon.
It's a midline that can function as an anchor. Yes, anchor and backline are very similar. They're not exactly the same thing.
It's the hybrid weapon.
Yume moves so fast though that even if Thembo runs a backline and Yume doesn't, Yume would still be able to really push up on said backline and take them out and get into a lockout phase, which on this map usually looks like 1 or 2 people watching the steps/drop area, and then 2 to 3 people watching the main conveyor that leads to spawn and the grates.
Well, I'm having one hope, and it's here. It's the C-Jet. And this map is very narrow for this special, so Yume Star definitely does have a pretty good advantage with that, just by that special.
Yeah, we saw a little bit on the map where Aaron was painting up that useless area to get that very fast Stingray paired with the armor very well. 1 Stingray on the board. Will Aaron get 7? Nobody knows.
Maybe if they dedicate the time to it. But Yume Star is the first one to get control of the zone. And, well, the way this map kind of goes is it's really easy to contest for 1 zone. So you have to make sure you get a really solid lockout so you get those points. You don't want them to touch the zone.
1 down on the side of the IHOP. That, of course, was the brush. They managed to respawn by now. And 1 special on the board for Yume Stars. Of course, that being the Squeezer's Bubbles. The Bomb Rush is going to come out really quickly now to counter armor from the Junior, to counter the armor from Thembo, IHOP's Junior. Damp is going to push up really hard on Aaron with that baller. Aaron's going to stay there and try and get that fight instead of jumping out. And 2 members of Thembo IHOP did go down, so Damp is going to have to abandon that fight, really, and run back off, which is probably not the best idea, considering that Stingray has come out with abandon and managed to get a couple splats.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why Stingray's pretty dangerous on the stage. The narrowness of it just favors long range, infinite range laser of doom.
Oh, that was unfortunate. We have everybody in this meta at some point or another has run straight into an opponent's tenta missiles. Our hearts go out to the squeezer. So Thembo is in control of the zone. One down now on the side of Yume Stars. The others are backed up very, very far, but they do have two specials coming out now, the Bomb Rush and
the Stingray.
The Rusher got picked, though. The Rusher got picked. That's a good pick. That's going to provide most of the paint that they had at the moment. The Junior was very backed up, and of course the C-Jet was stuck in that race and not able to come up and paint that zone for them.
Yeah,
Nick's
right
gonna
now
come
what
in
Yume
now
Star
with
needs to
that
do is they just need to contest zone and keep it neutral or get it back in their favor. Because this
want to have
can
it
be a lot of neutral game.
Yeah, they want it in their favor, though. They don't want to leave it just neutral right now because of how close the scores are. I mean, the score is going to go in favor of Thembo at the moment, and Damp is going to push up again on the back line, while Boing is going to set up on one of the conveyor ramps, which is a good position for a lot of the backlines that don't have to do precision shooting. So, of course, your Splatlings, if you run Explosher, the Explosher is going to do really well there. Baller coming out from Damp, one down on each side of the field. Missiles coming out now from Thembo. IHOP zone is still in control of the green team. They can tell that one member of Yume is going to go over to the right-hand conveyor belt. And now we have a neutral game here, one down on the side of IHOP numbers game in favor of Yume Stars. People are getting close to specials again on the side of Yume, so they are going to have specials ready for the next push-in from Thembo. One member going down on the team. Damp is very close to their baller. They might save it for a push-in. They've got two specials ready to go now. Stingray coming out on the line. Armor coming out from Nick to counter that Stingray. The miss is coming out as well. Lumina is going to shark around on the left-hand side with that Squeezer. One down on the side of Yume Star. That is the Squeezer. Very important pick there. They had the bubbles. They had the painting power. Zone might flip back in favor of Yume Star, though. Very quickly here. Got Boing getting us some assistance there with those missiles from Yeehaw. That is one way to help a teammate win the 2v1 on the other side of the map, especially when they're a backline. Stingray coming out from Aaron. That is Stingray number 6. A beautiful double. Beautiful double.
That was a very awesome double.
And 3 down on Thembo IHOP. This is where things get dangerous. They have a little bit of time left before they have to rush back in. But if they go in too quickly without their specials, they're going to get massacred, especially with 2 specials on board. Really what they want to do here, they want to pick that splash because the bomb rush is going to be a problem. The lead is going to flip back in favor of Yume Stars. We've got Squeezer putting bubbles out. Boing is over on the left. He's getting sandwiched between that Stingray and the one member of Yume Stars. I think that was the Splash-O-Matic. And the zones are solidly pink. 3 down on the side of IHOP. They're respawning, but I don't think they're going to have enough time to get back in.
Yeah, they probably won't, and they almost certainly won't have the numbers. And that is it. Yume Star, 3-0, Thembo IHOP.
But overall, closer games than the score would suggest.
Yeah, those were definitely good games that could have gone in favor of Thembo IHOP. It's like what my water polo coach once told us. When you have 2 very even teams, the winner is usually the team that makes the least amount of mistakes. And Yume Star definitely made less mistakes to get their victory.
So that is it for the pool stage. So we're going to take a very short break, hopefully, for seeding for the brackets to go and get underway. But before we go, as always, if you want to support IPL, you can join our Patreon, you can donate to our Streamlabs. All the donations are greatly supported. It helps us with putting the tournaments together if any of the tournaments have cash prizes. And then we also have staff applications open. We're looking for additions to our production and commentary teams. There's a form you can fill out, and if you're interested in helping out in these areas, you can fill it out multiple times if, say, you want to do both staffing and commentary. It's a pretty cool gig, and we really would love to have you guys join us. So I'm just going to go put those links in the chat.
Go sign up. Do it now. That's kind of all I have to really say. Is just sign up if you want to. And do it now.
Yeah, so we will be back later, so don't go anywhere. You are watching SOS. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to SOS 55. I'm Shads, joined by Dali, and we are bringing you the first round of the Great White Bracket, featuring Dragcoon versus Big BROLIC Black Imposters. Kind of a sus name, I'm not gonna lie, but...
Ayo, they got a mini P.E.K.K.A. Where's the Hog Rider?
I don't know.
And,
I'll be honest,
Dragcoon.
I recognize exactly two names. There's Chase X, which I believe, I want to say is a Tetris player. And then Bandit is Charger on Port Raccoon.
On Dragcoon, I actually recognize Drakumaru, a K-Machine player. Kento, when I first saw them, they were a Duelist player. Bandit's the Charger main. And from Big BROLIC Black Imposters is Pill Monster. Hello, 52 Gal Deco. Wait, I gotta do the thing.
Wait, a 52 Gal Deco. Did I hear that right?
Yes, a 52 Gal Deco main. And
That
Chase
must
X
be where the sus part comes from.
And Chase X is actually more of like a K-Pro main, I believe. They might play Tetris too. I'm unsure.
Maybe. I think the one time I saw them, they were playing Tetris. I could be totally wrong though. I think we're gonna have to shorten their name to BBB just to make it a little bit faster for the commentary during the match.
No, we can just call them the Imposters.
Oh, that's kind of sus. Kind of sus.
Well, you know who else is sus? It's the fact that they're almost everyone here is kind of normally named except for the mini P.E.K.K.A. Well, you should have gone Hog Rider. I would have loved to do my Hog Rider on stream.
Somebody had to be the imposter. And sometimes they're very obvious.
It's the mini P.E.K.K.A.
So, it is now single open elimination tournament. So, we are going to see Tower Control and Anchovy Games, Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal, Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness, Splat Zones on Inkbot Art Academy, and then finishing up Tower Control, Manta Maria. Pretty interesting stages. A lot of different variety there. Certain weapons that are very good on, say, Manta, Anchovy, not the greatest on Muscle Forge. On the flip side, you've got Snapper. We saw that earlier. Really, really wide open map. It's going to be fun to watch that one again. And of course, first 1 to 3 moves on. The other one, they're going to get eliminated. They're going to have to go home, get kicked off the ship, come back next week.
They're not going to go home. They probably are at home.
Well, they're going to go to the other home. Probably the kitchen.
Why would they go to the kitchen? That's not
I don't know. Home is where the food is. So Tower Controller on Anchovy Games is going to be really important to clear out the upper part of the platform. I don't remember exactly what the community call out is for it. I always call it Snipe. It might be that.
Plat, Arcade, and Snipe. Those are the areas you need to clear out. If I'm correct.
Yeah.
And also Fan.
Missiles are going to be great here. Inkjet can be really good here. Surprisingly for Chargers, the Bomb Rush Charger, the Fire Fan, is actually in some ways better to have here than the Stingray Charger, because Stingray can be really funky on this map. It's a very boxy map. It doesn't force
map,
people
but if you're able
into
to get control of your lane, if you ever get control of like one of the longer lanes, then you're good.
Yeah, like a Stingray by the little fan on the far right and the far left, the one that nobody ever takes because it takes you so out of the way for a flank and nobody ever watches it. And then the one time where it matters, somebody goes that way and you lose the lead because they sneak around and massacre everyone. That's not a bad area to
literally
Stingray.
Decide to flank from across the world.
It's not a bad area to Stingray, but it can be very wonky and it can easily be overrun. But if you have the Bomb Rush Charger, if you're on defense, you can stand on the snipe wall and you can just rain death from above. Buckets are going to be good here. Would love to see a couple of those. Rollers as well, ledge camping. It's a great map for it. If there is a roller, everybody watch your feet.
Paint the floor.
All of the above.
Watch your feet, paint the floor, and don't drop.
Obviously, we'll probably see some armor. I mean, it's kind of a staple at this point.
And we're going to see some missiles, because that's a staple too.
Yeah, so I mean, we could totally see double missile comps, double armor comps. If somebody wants to be really funky and say, let's just go full blow meta, double armor, double missile.
Oh my god.
Not advisable. Could happen, but not advisable.
That kind of comp is... I just get so disappointed when I see that, when I see those kind of comps. Just double missile, double armor. It's always the comps that I lose to the most.
The hard part with those kind of comps, though, is you have to have a good team coordination to pull it off, because you have to be able to push in with no initiating specials. You don't have the bomb rush, or the booyah, or the hammer, or the bubbles to clear out space for you to get into mid to really get some picks. You gotta force your way in using chained armor with missiles. And that can be tricky, especially for inexperienced teams.
That is definitely tricky. The more annoying part for that for me is the mass production.
Oh, yeah.
And this is coming from the person who spams a lot.
Imagine if we had, say, a mini, which pumps out a fair amount of missiles, and Jet Squelcher as two members, or K-Shot if you want to go backlineless, and then double NZAP. That would be pretty annoying to fight spam-wise.
I'm thinking something like you have a Jet Squelcher, you have a gray and orange zap, and then what else? You need one more armor. So what would be like a good armor, another good armor pick?
Try would be a good armor pick. If you had the specialist for it, Kensa Glugas could be interesting. The hard part is, of course, is that a lot of armor weapons are supports, pure supports, and you don't want to run triple support. It's not fun. Like, yes, you want to spam, but you also want to be able to have the killing power. Because if all you have is paint and no killing power, then the minute that you could get wiped or 3 down, it's over. You're done. Finito. You're never going to end up getting back into mid and being able to make those pushes. Because the other team is just going to completely massacre you the moment that you wander into the range of their Kensa Pro or Squeezer or Nautilus.
Yeah, midline's absolutely dominate our poor support players.
Yeah. And not a lot of support weapons have the ability to fight back against them. I mean, yes, the Junior has the bombs, but...
I mean, most weapons have bombs.
Yeah, Juniors have double bombs, though, so you can kind of catch people in between the 2 bombs. NZAP, the suction bomb, you're probably going to get bomb kills by sticking it on a wall and hoping that people forget about it.
We don't talk about auto bombs.
We don't talk about auto bombs. The good old chickens. They're trying their best. Sometimes their best is not nearly enough. Most of the time, their best is not nearly enough. But whatever happens, we're gonna hopefully see some action soon. I'm hoping, though. I'm hoping. I would like to see some Splash-O-Matics. The Vanilla Splash, Toxic Mist is a sub that I think that a lot of people have kind of slept on up until the VJet got more popular. It wasn't something that you really saw used a lot.
Inkjet, to be honest.
Yeah, that too.
Like Toxic Mist actually gets a lot more value on Jet Squelcher than I would say Splash-O-Matic, but that's just because Splash-O-Matic's a short-ranged weapon. The burst bomb complements splash better, much like burst bomb complements jet sculpture better, but it's still an effective tool to use.
Yeah, and if you pair it up with a slower weapon, it would definitely be interesting. So on my team, there is actually a Glugas player, and we've done some experimenting with me tossing Toxic Mist out for him to kill the people that are stuck in it, because Glugas, I mean, powerful weapon, but kind of slow.
I've done a little bit of experimentation with Vanilla Ballpoint, and it has the same kit as Vanilla Slash, so the name of the game is just Toxic Mist and Inkjet. That's your best synergy.
So we are set to go. We do see that Mini P.E.K.K.A has chosen the V-Jet, and there is, of course, the aforementioned Gal Deco.
Yes.
We have not seen that in a hot minute.
A very uncommon weapon played, though it's been seeing quite a bit of rise in popularity in Japan, and it's good to see someone representing the 52 Gal.
And speaking of the 52 Gal, they go out fast. Meanwhile, on the side, Dragcoon, we do see the aforementioned Firefin Splatterscope wielded by Bandit. Cone is going to have to jump back up to that plat. I don't think they meant to drop there. It's a very bad situation when you want to drop and you get sandwiched between the fan that's risen up and you can't come on it. The Inkjet is going to take out one member along with NZEP, who's going to quickly get another one that is SMK on that weapon, of course, and Dragcoon is going to get the first push in. Well, the first push to a checkpoint in, sorry. Can't discount the 4 points that imposters have gotten. Stingray coming out from that Gal, as well as Pentamissiles from, it looks like it was the K-Shot. 3 down now on the side of Dragcoon. Oh, but a beautiful pick there from the Charger in mid. They're going to have to back up pretty quickly, though, because one member of Imposters is getting on to the fan right now to try and chase them down.
Yeah, that Charger getting that pick while they were retreating is actually an important thing. It stalls out our Imposters a little bit because they're down one player, and this should also give Dragcoon a little bit of breathing room to recuperate and get back in.
The K-Shot going to both Slayers down on the side of Imposters, make that 3 down, full wipe on the side, 2 going down to Bandit, and then 2 more going down to their teammates. The NZAP is going to push up onto the plat, and Dracomaru is going to jump to them to try and provide more support. The K-Shot on the side of Imposters is up on that snipe wall. That is a good position for them to be in. I prefer to see them maybe get a little bit further forward, though, to really help their team out since they are one half of the slaying power on their team. 2 down on the side of Imposters. Stingray is ready to go, but they can't really go out with that Inkjet, and they're going to have to back up way far out, and they're not in a good position to Stingray at all.
Yeah, Stingray is definitely a very position-based special. You don't want to use Stingray when you could immediately get shot down by an Inkjet. And this is the good... Speaking of it, it was already busted out on the defensive case, and look at that, 2 picks and a full wipe in favor of our Imposters. So this is a good time for them to start counter-pushing. Dragcoon, that's fun to say.
Yeah, so it is important to note that Dragcoon only has one thing to counteract that Stingray, and that is, of course, the armor from the NZAP. They don't have double armor, they don't have another Stingray to do Stingray fights, they don't have missiles to force it to reposition. Their best opportunity is to pop that armor as soon as the Stingray comes out. You can't even really completely depend on the Inkjet because more likely than not, you're not going to be near enough to the Stingray when it pops. But a full wipe on the side of Imposters. Dragcomaru's going to push up weight that are with this Trislosher, which is really good. You want to be able to push up and get the lockout on the snaps, much like you would on Splat Zones.
Yeah, and I think they kind of missed through that storm. They probably should have held it for a little bit.
Probably. Agent is getting assaulted by said Inkjet, 2 down on each side of the map. P.E.K.K.A is going to actually get one member. I think it was the try that they managed to get, which is a good pick.
Yes, and they're doing a good job supporting that fight right there in the office. Now all they have to do is just win over that checkpoint area.
Well, they also have to win over the Charger. So
Well,
Charger
Jet Squelcher is
outranges Jet Squelcher provided that there's no MPU. I'm assuming that P.E.K.K.A is running MPU because that's pretty standard on Jet Squelcher nowadays. Not the best Stingray position though from that gal. I would have liked to see them jump back because it's a very risky position. Yes, they're all the way back in the spawn, but they're also on the ground. They can easily be taken out by somebody rushing up, 2 down on the side of imposters. The Inkjet is out. Agent is getting squished between 2. Inkjet is almost offline, and that is going to be a knockout in favor of Dragcoon. I think the crewmates won this round.
Yeah, the crewmates did. Dragcoon definitely did a good job keeping the imposters down. What really, it seemed like whenever imposters were trying to get a push, they'd always fumble at some point.
They have the special spam in terms of the missiles, though. I mean, between the C-Jet, not the C-Jet, the V-Jet and the K-Shot, they got 13 missiles, 12 missiles, which is a lot of flying projectiles.
Yes, they definitely did have the resources to start creating plays and pushes, flanks, and all that. Just didn't seem like they were. Just seemed like Dragcoon was either catching someone before they could do it, or well, they didn't follow up well enough.
Yeah, Dragcoon did a really good job of getting a crucial pick to really stop the imposters from getting a push in before it could really get started. Sometimes teams are hesitant to push even when you have, let's say it's a 3 up, 1 down situation on your team, and it's a 2 up, 2 down on the other team. Sometimes teams are very hesitant to push with that, even though they have the numbers advantage. So they were very hesitant to do that, and Dragcoon really capitalized on that. Moving on to Clamlet Snapper, I'll be honest, I don't know how effective missile spam is going to be here.
With how spaced up everyone is, everyone's already separated.
One of the great things about double missile with 2 spammy weapons on it is if you pop your missiles one right after another, you get a long chain of missiles. And if you pop it simultaneously, then on a bunched up map like Anchovy Games, it's possible that while you're swimming to avoid the missiles that are on you, you swim right into a teammate's missile. Snapper, you're not going to have that nearly as much. Maybe around the basket area, but not in the fight from mid, not on the sides, really. I would like to see them maybe drop one of the missiles and run something that clears off the snipe a little bit better. Oh, we see a Kensa Charger.
And I guess they decided to keep the missile spam for some reason.
And they did swap out their gal, though. The gal is now a vanilla gal, so that has Baller. And I want to say point sensor.
Yes, that is correct.
Meanwhile, on the side of Dragcoon, we see a Kensa Charger, which, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen play in competitive, except when I was playing it back when it came out. The joys of low-level comp, ladies and gentlemen. The Kensa Machine, which you were talking about way back before the set started, and a T-Tech, which is a really good choice for this map, really. You want to clear out that snipe area when you're pushing in. If you're pushing in through the street, you gotta get that emptied out, either through missiles, a Booyah, or an Inkjet, like the one that's coming out right now.
Yep.
One person down to that fly high on Inkling, another one getting an assist, you gotta jump in with the ball, and Bandit coming in with the Charger. And right there, we see why exactly Kensa Charger is not played. There is no way to really follow up from the baller.
No, we're seeing a baller moment, because that baller, you know how baller and splashdown, they drop your clams after you do your explosion.
Yeah, 1 down on the side of the imposters. Meanwhile, Dragcoon has all up. P.E.K.K.A is getting a trade on that bucket over there. Really good trade too, honestly, considering the matchup and how close they were. Ends up pushed up way up to imposters basket, and they have 9 clams, so they are going to get 1 toss to them by a teammate, and they're going to get a push in, so they are going to get points on the board. The penalty is away if they can get more clams in. They're going to try and get this one member of imposters that drops from the snipe. That's why you want to keep that snipe clear.
They succeeded in a trade, but with just one player remaining who gets picked off, Dragcoon. This is our imposter's chance to start getting more control, you know?
They want to get those kills. They want to get the members of Dragcoon backed up. They want to get them staggered with the respawns. One member of imposters down, one member of Dragcoon down. Bandit has the baller out. They're going to use that to flee a little bit, which is honestly smart. In a 2v1 situation like that, you want to run away as a charger. Becca's going to come out with the missiles right now. One down on the side of Dragcoon. So really, Imposters wants to push up here. They can get another pick or two. Bandit Bow on that sniper, on the snipe, getting two, I think maybe three picks.
The Imposters got wiped.
Yeah, Imposter got wiped, and then we have an Inkjet in one of the best, cheesiest, most annoying positions ever.
Spawn.
Right up by the enemy spawn. One down. Can he get two? No, he cannot.
No, he cannot.
The jump doesn't get capped, though.
Effectively getting one pick is definitely good enough to allow Dragcoon to start getting more clams in. And they're able to get objective all the way down to 10 at the cost of everyone.
Hey, getting all the way down at the cost of everyone, that is a very good trade for. And this is where imposters really have to start listening in. So, tough part about imposters, their only initiating special is that baller. Meanwhile, Dragcoon has two that they can use. And they're not syncing up their missiles.
They also can't quite rush in yet, because they don't have the numbers advantage right now. And ouch, the power climb just got picked off by Bandit right there. Bandit's been shutting down the imposters' pushes with crucial pick.
Bandit is arguably one of the best charger players in mid-level right now, if he's still considered mid-level, and that is a clear reason why. That's the way you want to play charger in this meta. You want to be able to get aggressive with it. You want to be able to push up with your team.
Yeah, you want to try and set yourself up as well. Set your teammates up for kills with the charger. That deadly laser is something you should always be terrified of, even if it's
not the power clam. Cone is going to flank around. Two down on the side. Oh, power clam went for a swim. Makes sense. You always want to wash your clams before you eat them. And this is really Imposter's chance to do something. They can get the pick here on the tech, which they do. Bandit's in a good position, but they also don't have a bomb, really. The jump comes in a bit too late. Bandit gets it anyway, but it was a bit too late for them to really get that power plant in, and that is not the push you want to see with 23 seconds remaining. So, Imposters in the next 15 or so seconds, they gotta make a ball, so they need 8 more clams. They also gotta make sure that they can get at least 1 or 2 members up. And since
Dragcoon's definitely doing a good job pinning in spawn, so they can't get clams to do objective. And with Dragcoon putting in the power clam to... No. Sorry, imposters can't get objective.
Yeah, Imposters just was not able to make a power clam before time expired. So even though they had some decent numbers, again, on the kill count and special count, not enough. And this is where things start getting dangerous for them, because one more game and they're gone for the week. And with how fast Dragcoon is playing, Rainmaker on Muscle Forge is going to play into those strengths.
What I noticed is it was always quite hard for our imposters to just get in. Whenever they tried pushing, it seemed like they didn't have enough clams, or Bandit would just pick someone out of the blue.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes back to, again, special composition and knowing how to cripple another team. In this case, Bandit, although not necessarily the most threatening weapon on that team with the Kenta Charger, because let's be real, most people are going to look at that thing and they're going to be like, ha, meme. But really, Bandit's getting those picks that are stopping imposters from making those pushes. And when that's not happening, the imposters aren't syncing their specials up. So really,
you lose a special, or you lose the special and you lose the player, which puts you down it really makes you stumble your pushes if you're trying to go for a push.
And then, of
And
course,
since
once
they're
it's a
not also
3v4,
breaking even with like a 3-on-3-0 or something like that, it's really not worth it to try pushing if you're not able to follow up with it.
no, especially if it's the beginning of the game and you're just giving your opponents a free pity. I would like to see imposters swap to something that can help them initiate a bit better. They're having trouble syncing up the specials. That's about the time when you want to say, okay, we're having trouble with this. You stay on, say, the K-Shot. I'll swap to, let's say, a Booyah Bomb. Or you stay V-Jet. I'll swap to Bubbles. Something that it doesn't require as much hard synchronicity.
Yeah, but either way, they still have to, whatever they pick, they still have to figure out a way to coordinate that and push through Dragcoons. I'm gonna say it. They're very strong defensive skills because Dragcoon's defense is also really strong as well as their pushes. So
yeah, with the amount of clams
are
that imposters had when they made their push to 80, that wouldn't have gotten them the lead necessarily, but it would have put a sizable chunk in their point total. I would like to see Bubbles on the stage just because the defensive capabilities for Bubbles, especially on the far right and far left hand sides, the main path that most people take to Rainmakers, cannot be understated. They can help you get past that choke point.
Is a thing, right?
No, you're not going to want to. And if they don't pop those bubbles, if they just let it bounce around and use that as essentially a shield for the Rainmaker, that could help them get through that choke point. And if you mix it up so that way part of the time you're not popping it and part of the time you are, it's not going to be like, oh, well, they have the bubbles out, but they're not going to pop them, so we're just going to shoot and chuck bombs at them anyways. Or we can just run in there. Nope, pops in their face, blows up, easy triple, KO. That's the game.
Bomb spam is definitely one of those toxic strats that you can do in this map. You bomb spam the area they're going to push, they're really not going to want to push.
Yeah.
They have a special.
And of course, Object Shredder, you want to have that. Most people run Object Shredder if they're not running Stealth Jump, just because of how prevalent armor is. We do see a splash. So we are going away from the double missile. And that is a Bomb Rush. Bomb Rush, Suction Bomb Rush, especially great for popping Rainmaker barriers. Dragcoon is going to get the pop first, though, probably courtesy of the fact that Imposters wasn't really contesting it. One down already on the side of the Imposters. I think Bandit was the one that sniped that. It was either that or the NZAP was bomb.
I don't know. But it looks like an early pickup by Dragcoon. The Stingray coming out, unable to find a pick on objective by the Imposters. This is... well, let's just say this can definitely spell a really good push.
Both teams Bandit is alone right now. Full wipe on the side of Dragcoon. I think that's only the second time we've seen that this set. So this is really Imposter's chance to get in, get into mid, get it painted up, get it nice and green. You want it green so that way the members of Dragcoon have a harder time pushing in, especially that machine. The machine relies on the paint from the K-Shot, from the Junior, from, to a lesser extent, the Charger, whose painting abilities have been nerfed to Octo Valley and back. Bandit's going to get a good pick with that bomb. He's kind of in a tricky situation, though. In those locker areas, it's a good spot if you're not expecting him there.
It's the low ground that I'm concerned about.
The low ground.
The Charger, you'd rather be at the higher areas.
It's also very easy to get overrun. 2v2 in mid goes in favor of Dragcoon, but one member does go down. The K-Machine. The Junior is going to pick it up this time, and the K-Shot sharking on the side of Imposters is going to get that pick, but can go down to the Ken Splitter shot on the side of Dragcoon. Imposter's going to get that pop bow. You can't just fight it when you have 3 people shooting at it. You're the only one on your team that's Do a Stingray fight.
Ooh,
Bandit is
52
going
got
to
one.
lose that. That is huge. And a full wipe again on the side of Dragcoon. Imposters want to get this game. They want to stay in. And they are going to quickly take this lead here if they can keep the members off. Bombs coming out past the
They're
choke
able to
point
get
all the way to
very
7.
high. That is
3
a very
down though.
solid lead.
3 down.
At the cost of everyone, that's a reasonable lead.
Yeah,
7.
I would take that. I would take that lead in exchange for everybody's lives.
Yeah, halfway down, halfway into the game, it's all gonna go back into the Rainmaker's reset, and looks like we're seeing Dragcoon pushing all the way forward.
Well, they really have to be at this point. So this is really the first time where we have seen Dragcoon have to be solidly on the offensive. Yes, they've played offense before, but that's offense because of doing that as a defensive measure. Now they have to really do the offensive measure for the sake of getting the lead.
I don't
Stingray
think that they're
is out. We have another Stingray fight. The Stingray on the side of Imposters is going to go for the Rainmaker. Not able to find anyone, but Bandit's not going to be able to find anyone either. They're going to take the wall, it looks like, which is risky. There's a suction bomb right there. Full wipe on the side of Imposters. I think this is... Oh, just barely. Cone coming in, the hero. But that pop is going to...
You see what I did there?
One right in among them.
Oh, if you get...
gamers, thank you for your patience so far. Apparently Discord is having problems nationwide, but we will be right back with Grade White Semis.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Welcome back to Swimmer Sync number 55. We are live right now with round 2 of Great White Brackets. I am Cater and I'm joined here tonight by Leotis.
My gosh. Hello everyone. Yes,
We're finally back.
We're finally back. After a couple audio problems, I don't know if anyone, we probably didn't miss anything yet, but well, we are here. We are here to commentate over this next round here. Eventually, who are we watching?
We've got Tuki versus 4Beans here. And I'm very excited to see these. I know I've seen a lot of these players around. Very excited to see what they have to bring in this set tonight.
Yes, lots of familiar faces. I'm definitely familiar with a couple of these people. These are pickups, I assume, correct? Not actual teams. Or Tuki, I know, is I guess a team. I've seen a lot of the Twitter presence, at least.
Twitter presence or not, we are going to begin this match. Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. Very understandable to start the map here. Mako Mart's one of those maps that you're gonna learn to play if you're in the competitive scene. Of course, on either side we've got, your typical armor weapons. The Junior on one side, the Zap on the other. We've got the Ink Brush coming out, so we're gonna be seeing a lot of speedy plays from that. Maybe we'll be seeing a couple of solo Clams pushes, and then of course, you've got your your sloshers that come out on this map. You got your 52 gal, because what would a competitive match be without the 52 gal? And we've got the Bamboo MK1. So we've got a little bit of variety in here. And right now, of course, you can see in this first 45 seconds or so, both teams are going to be vying for control of mid. Looks like 4Beans right now in a little bit more of an advantage. Bamboo here with the power of the armor going to take mid and put down a good amount of pressure here as the members of Tuki try and come back. They're taking this left stack back. They have the armor on their side as well. But there's a lot going on. Both teams have a good amount of turf control in the map right now. And with a lot of kills getting scored, it looks like that's gonna flip to Tuki right now as they start setting up for hopefully a push.
Yeah. Everyone's just playing neutral at this point. I mean, we did see 4Beans was in control for a bit, but getting pushed back by Tuki. And Tuki seems to be in control here, popping specials. The bomb rush coming out pretty clutch, trying to push the Lex right off of this stack, trying to actually take a little bit of mid control here. They do have an armor. They choose to popping it, and hopefully getting a pick or at least a push going on here. One goes down. Bamboo goes down to the splash there. The Brush trying to push in, trying to get some picks here. Everyone's trying to push in. They do manage to score the clan. First score of the game, a minute and 30 into the game. A lot of clans are being scored here. They have 7 more, pushing 5 more. Try to get another pick, and their push seems to be stopped here, or at least halted a little bit here.
Yeah, they're trying to get more in. They do have more clams. They get it down to 35 before they are taken out, and with those 2 members going down, the other 2 respawning, and that does look like it's going to be the end of the push. But that is quite a nice push all the way down to 35. Great, especially because that where we've just passed the first 2 minutes of our game, where now you need to start getting those pushes started. That's enough of playing neutral. You got to go a little bit forward, and that's exactly what Tuki has done. That's gotten them the lead now with 4Beans with a player disadvantage here, and dropped that power clam. It's going to be it's going to be even harder for them to go back out in mid. Tuki scores again, but they did also go 3 down there, likely not going to result in, likely not going to have any follow-up from them. And them being 3 down yet again, it's just going to make a huge opening for 4Beans here, especially because they're going to have so many power clams online, that armor pop as well as the clam dunk, and hopefully that second power clam goes in. I think it did go in, I just didn't see it.
Yeah. That wipe coming from the side of Tuki there probably wasn't what they were hoping for. I mean, even that one just random clan that Tuki got in earlier. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best play there, because they got wiped immediately after, and we're just seeing 4Beans having complete control over here. One clam needs to be put into the basket in order to seal the game here. Lex trying to make a little flank. Probably going to be able to get this clam into the basket, but gets shut down a little too early. Almost got that clam in. But Tuki was able to capitalize on that and make sure that they weren't going to score that.
So close and yet so far, but like you said, that is that's as close as you can get almost to a knockout. 48 is quite the hefty penalty though, and with Tuki only having a penalty of 22 and being able to score right now, they also have a huge player advantage and getting it all the way down to the single digits. They have 1 point remaining right now. That 3 down is going to give them the knockout. So that's a pretty close set right there. Imagine being 1 clam away, or a close match, 1 clam away from winning, and you just get the tables turned on you.
What a close match, actually. You rarely ever see Clan Blitz go that back and forth, especially in top level. You usually just see it either like one score or one push, usually from both sides. But everyone was just back and forth pushing there, and Tuki able to take the first game there on Clan Blitz Mako Mart. Wow, what a great first game to go into the set into.
Oh yeah, that was quite impressive. I mean, really showcasing both teams' abilities here, and like you said, you don't often see games go that close. Like, that was down to the wire right there. And you know, if that's just the first match of this set, I really do hope that we're in for a treat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Both these teams are, at least I know Tuki a lot. They're pretty strong. They're able to, and if they're able to take this first game, they're probably able to take the next couple, or at least it's going to be back and forth here. I just want to point out that like both teams decided to run double armor, and double armor is very prominent, I would say, in the scene at this point. I'm very familiar with that weapon combination there, but you don't really see brush, or at least permanent ink brush, as one of those weapons that are chosen for armor. But it is a very strong weapon. I'd say at least it's really good at getting armors with a sprinkler, and the brush just being able to paint a lot. I'm excited to see if that brush is going to come back in the next couple of games. I mean, Rainmaker Sturgeon's our next game too, so I'm not sure how well the brush would want to go on this map. I don't know if it's the best fit for that weapon, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely understand the pick of brush for Clan Blitz as, getting all the zipping around, but Rainmaker not necessarily, so we might not see the brush specifically come back.
Ooh.
And we do see it, actually. We also see the C-Jet come out on the other side, so, I mean, we're going to be seeing Raze, and that is still the permanent ink brush as well, so we are still going to be seeing that double armor comp out from both sides. One side is swapped from that Junior to the Zap, but otherwise relatively similar comps, similar to the previous match that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, double armor usually isn't the pick I usually see on Rainmaker, especially since you're only going to be having 3 of your teammates have that armor when you have the Rainmaker in your hands. But those 2 armors can put a lot up, especially since armor is such a strong special, able to give everyone just an armor so that they can give pressure onto the enemy team.
And that Ray is not going to be able to do much with those double armors either. Right now we've got that I believe that was the Neo Splash in a little bit of a corner there. And that Rainmaker is going to get stopped at 75 before it can make the jump. It looks like this team's trying, 4Bean's trying to take it to the left side, not quite making it, especially because Tuki's got that heavily guarded, has caught on now. So that Rainmaker is likely going to reset, as both teams are just trying to take control of the area around it, playing out very similar to the Clan Blitz match that we saw earlier, where, both teams are a little bit biding their time, trying to wait for a bigger opportunity. But right now it is still 4Beans in good control of mid and good control of the Rainmaker, but this Booyah Bomb might aim to change that.
We see the brush getting 2 picks there within the entirety of Tuki, almost going down. The pro is the only one left here. 4Bean is going to be able to actually get another push going here on the right side this time. But never mind. Their push getting shut down too quickly here. The pro probably getting a nice pick before then. But we see 4Bean still in control here. Having 3 down on the side of Tuki again. This K-Pro 52 trying to get a pick here. The zapping able to push and stop the 52 from getting anywhere, and getting the Rainmaker as well. It just seems Tuki's able to stop these pushes from 4Beans pretty quickly into their pushing. And they're trying to get back mid here again. They get the pick on the Tri-Slosher, pushing it into their spawn, and just holding down mid the rest of this time.
Yeah, it looks like that zap. Well, going back a little bit there, they didn't pick up Rain, especially because they are at a player disadvantage right now, but we are seeing some solid defense from Tuki. We saw that. I mean, like you said, that push just kept on getting shut down, and eventually it was forced to end, and now Tuki's trying to take control of the Rainmaker, but might have been a little bit too early. That Rainmaker's a little bit alone. Now they have a couple of their teammates, but that trying to take them out, get it? Does take them out, but not before they take the lead. Now we're at 69 to 66. And that might be going a little bit further. We might see the little, almost seeing the little jump into the void trick there, but not quite able to reach the void to jump into. So 54, not quite a safe lead on Sturgeon Shipyard, but we're seeing a very similar back and forth, and we are reaching about 2 minutes left in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 4 Beams is actually able to make that jump, which I mean, with the man advantage that they had during that push, they were able to actually make that jump. Tuki wasn't able to shut down their push, or 4 Beams wasn't able to shut down their push with a very little man advantage there. But we see the Ray and the armor coming out from the side of 4 Beams here, but the armor gonna popped as well from the side of Tuki. That Ray's gonna be doing a little to no damage on the side of Tuki there, but the Rainmaker's still going on the right side here. Getting a nice pick onto the K-Pro there. Also
Ooh,
pushing
this brush though, this brush. Oh,
Brush.
there to shut it down. Yeah, so close yet so far from the lead. And I mean, maybe we were talking about that brush. Maybe we underestimated it. I mean, it's coming in handy here. And I'd also like to point out that that Ray that we saw earlier was actually the first Ray that CJ has popped this entire game. So we really have not been seeing much Ray action at all. Certainly less than I would expect from a Rainmaker match.
Yeah, I mean, they were the prominent Rainmaker holder there. So they weren't able to pop their Ray and use
That
it to
is
their
true.
advantage. Yeah, but
That's
here we are.
understandable.
Yes, but the Ray is actually coming out and going to be in force into this push, but the Rainmaker gets shut down and stopped from actually pushing here. These bombs are just stopping Rainmaker from pushing. Ooh, but the nice kill onto the 52 hiding behind that wall, just going to be able to hold this push down for a bit, but the pick by the Rainmaker, so much pain.
Rainmaker killed midair by this pro, aiming to shut that down. They're just not, really, Tuki is not letting 4 Beans pass right here. They have a rock solid defense. I mean, just coming out here, getting another pick and going for this pick on the 52, unfortunately getting shut down themselves. But we have less than 30 seconds right here, and 4 Beans is still on the back foot with Tuki somehow still managing to control the area around the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to push that left side. They might as well just forfeit the left and try and go right for this push. I mean, Tuki just wants to stop them from pushing on this left side, and they have the Rainmaker resetting in the last 10 seconds. I don't know if they're going to be able to re-pop the Rainmaker in time for this next push. Are we going to see the pop? We are going to see the pop. Are they going to be able to pick up? They picked up the last second here, trying to push it. Going backwards, opting to play backwards here, trying to at least regain man advantage. 2 down on the side of 4 Beans, 1 back up. Trying to at least stall this a bit, but they're in a Rainmaker free zone here, and the timer's gonna go down pretty quickly. The Booyah Bomb coming out as well, trying to stop the Rainmaker from being pushed. Oh, it's such an awkward position, and 4 Beans gets shut down, and Tuki takes the next game here, game 2.
Somehow the Rainmaker managed to survive that Booyah Bomb. I don't know how they did that, but unfortunately everything getting thrown at them was just not enough, and that, you know, combined with the Rainmaker timer ticking down quicker than ever, was just unfortunately not enough. Look at the KAs here, actually. I mean, you're surprised to see a little bit higher, just a little bit on the side of 4 Beans, but relatively balanced throughout. And again, one of the similar back and forth that we've seen. I'm expecting that we'll likely see that for the rest of this set.
Yeah, I mean, just to point out there, I just think it's this classic Rainmaker and how Rainmakers play. Just get the lead, as much of a lead as you possibly can, and then just stall the rest of it. Because, you know, just in this game, 4 Beans was just scraping by, trying to get a push started, but Tuki just kept respawning and holding that left side, and 4 Beans didn't want to give up that left side for some reason. Just kept trying to go in that position, but Tuki just kept throwing bombs, and their specialists just stopping their pushes there. Tuki was just playing so well and just holding back 4 Beans from getting any lead, even though it was like an 8-point lead there. It wasn't even that much, and especially on that map where you can get so many points in so quick time, especially on the left side. It's just typical Rainmaker there.
Typical Rainmaker indeed, like you said, just getting that lead and then holding it out. We saw that defense. I mean, even before Tuki had the lead, they stopped 4 Beans before they could get too significant of a push in, and that's what mattered there. But moving on, we've got our next map of the set is going to be Splat Zones on Wahoo World. So we're seeing the quintessential mode Splat Zones. We're seeing out on Wahoo World, which is not something that's always seen unless, of course, you're playing in any MIT-related event, and then you're bound to see Wahoo Zones and Grands, but that's a different story. What are your thoughts on this map mode?
This map is, I want to say, is a fan favorite, or at least a majority feel that this map is enjoyable, especially on zones. Other maps, like other modes like Tower Control and Clan Blitz, people don't tend to enjoy this map as much, but zones definitely, you know, as most maps are, is definitely one of the more enjoyed modes here. I'm not that big of a fan of this map. It's very easy to get locked out pretty quickly on this map. But if both teams are being aggressive and are able to just keep back and forth in this zone here, it's probably going to be a pretty close game.
Yeah, and it can be pretty enjoyable to watch, especially with flanks going, under carousel all the time. But we'll have to see how this opening plays out for them. We've got the leader coming out from 4Beans, as well as the pick of that K machine and a K shot coming out on the side of Tuki. We still have the brush, but right now it is a Neo brush. As you can see them running around behind here in that baller, trying to get some form of a flank out. And I mean, already, even though they went down, they made 4Beans waste some resources, some time on that, allowing Tuki to get the cap. Although it looks like 4Beans is going to come in here and retake control of that all with the rain, and there it is. So right now, again, we're just seeing this back and forth, which is the name of the game of this set right now. We've got the K-Shot coming in here, trying to take back that zone as quickly as it was taken by 4Beans. And, well, with people going down left and right, it's really hard to tell who has best control, as it seems that Tuki has control, but, I mean, the leader sniped somebody on zone, so very, very back and forth right now.
I like how 4Beans opts to change their entire comp through, well, a majority of their comp. They choose to switch out at least 2 or 3 of the weapons here, and or 2 of the weapons, keeping 2 in the zap on that. But 4Beans was able to recap the zone here. It's just both teams holding it back. The Elite getting a nice shot on the zap. What a good shot. Gonna be able to keep the zone in control. No armor from the side of Tuki anymore. The zap, K-Pro also goes down on the side of Tuki. Just bloodbath mid here. There's just 2 people going down left and right here. 4Beans trying to get back into mid after Tuki regains control here. Lex going for the flank here, gets a pick onto the zap. It's probably gonna get a pick here, or at least trying to, but gets shut down by that K-Pro there. Just a back and forth here.
Yeah, and right now this is the opening for Tuki to take the lead, which they are able to get. Unfortunately, they do have the player disadvantage right now, so the K Machine's gonna go in, gonna force that jump out, and so 4Beans able to take that zone back. And with these shorter zone hold times, you don't get one big blockout push. You have very low penalties as well, so both teams are gonna work through these penalties really quickly as soon as they get zone. As you can see, 4Beans already has no more penalty points. Booyah Bomb shut down. They are able to set it off, but unfortunately does not find anything. That's going to be 3 down on Tuki as well. So 4Beans is going to get a longer zone hold time right now. Going to keep on taking that timer down. So it's going to be that much harder for Tuki to take back that zone when they try and come back. They pretty much have one chance right now, and Lex really, really deep in there with the aggression. I mean, that's what K-Gal is built for. We're in the single digits right now, and we might be seeing a knockout for 4Beans. Oh, and there we go.
Wow, 4Beans able to hold that. I'm surprised that Zoe didn't cap over, but that does mean we're going to be going to a game 4 here. We just saw as Tuki was just trying their best to get back into mid that entire game, but as the brush got staggered, they weren't able to really weren't able to get back in, as they constantly had like a man disadvantage that entire game. It just looked like it was in the favor of 4Beans for that game, even though it was quite the back and forth in the beginning. Both teams were not able to hold zone as much as they wanted to, but as we saw, 4Beans was able to capitalize on their constant staggering, and they were able to take that game.
Yeah, unfortunately, spawn stagger is something that can really, really kill team coordination. You have this mindset you need to get out as quickly as possible, which sometimes you do just because, so much can change in just a couple of seconds. But sometimes you just need to wait, regroup with your team, as tricky as it sounds, because sometimes it can feel really hard to slow down in such a fast-paced game. But team coordination is really make or break here.
Yeah, that E-Liter pick was definitely a very solid pick on that map, especially on Wahoo. That E-Liter was able to get quite a few good shots and able to get back into mid pretty quickly. I mean, E-Liter on this map is just so good. It has such a wide a range, just so much to look at and so much to peek at. You can get picks on unsuspecting opponents there. So, moving on, we're going on to Tower Control Starfish here.
Ooh, Starfish main stage. This one's quite nice. As a former heavy splatling player, I quite like this map mode.
Yes, it does favor heavies. I definitely see that from a couple people that I tend to play with. It is very good for most splatlings. I do enjoy using charge on it as well. It's a very charger backline centric map. If you can get a backline to a good position here, it's pretty detrimental for the enemy team.
Pretty detrimental indeed. There's a lot of places for backline heavy weapons to peek out. You know, you have the snipes, but you also have a lot of different angles, a lot of different walls in mid. You have those little speaker things, as well as the attics. So there's a lot of places that Splatlings can hide behind it, and Chargers can do as well. So we'll have to see if these teams decide. I mean, we did see some comp changes last time, so we'll see if those hold up. We got the brush again. I really like seeing the brush gameplay. That leader is gonna switch for a leader scope. So we've got a little bit more range, but no more scope holding, no more charge holding ability.
Yeah, both teams opting to stick with their comp from the last game here. This K-Pro does happen to just be just using a lot, like being able to get quite the number of picks, even though they didn't get that many last game. They have been showing up in this set specifically. They have been able to get that many a lot of picks here. So I hope to see the K-Pro be doing putting a lot of work into this game as well. But as we just see, armor's coming out from both sides. We see the flanking out from the Zap, or at least trying to flank and get into a better position here, or just paint the map here. Just both teams just trying to get a pick, trying to have something happen. The missiles coming out from the side of Tuki as well. Booyah coming out from the side of 4Beans, and Booyah coming out from the side of Tuki as well. So many specialists are going back and forth here, but nothing really happening. The Elir just trying to get a nice shot here, but unable to get at least a shot. Just, another armor coming out from the side of 4Beans. Just so many specialists, but finally someone goes down, and we're gonna be seeing a push from 4Beans here.
Yeah, Lex here with that flank, gonna get 2, and that's gonna be 3 down on Tuki, so this is the door wide open for 4Beans. This is, of course, this is their opening right here. Lex has that Booyah online. The leader also has their special, and the other 2 specials are on their way, so hopefully they can use these specials for good. I really want to see them hopefully take advantage of that staggering again, and of course on Tuki's side, they want to avoid that. That first checkpoint's gonna fall, and they are rapidly approaching the second that rain was popped. Unfortunately, the Gal going down, but the Zap chasing this pick right here, gonna get that trade, and so with that very nice snipe, that's going to be Tuki 3 down again. So although that push faced a minor setback, it's going to keep on going with another pick out of Lex on that K-Gal, and so that second checkpoint falls very, very quickly. Usually that's a difficult one to get through, but they made it look easy, and right now that leader chilling on the tower, but unfortunately gonna go down.
Tuki was in a very uncomfortable position there, but they used their specials and were able to actually get a 3 down situation, a 4 down, almost
Very
a
nice.
full wipe on the side of 4Beans here. Tuki's going to be able to set up and come back into mid, try to get a push of their own, but 26 on this map, especially the route, this tower, is very, very difficult to get past the 2 checkpoints, especially when you have a leader just be able to shoot at the tower and at other unsuspecting opponents. This is going to be very tough for Tuki to get a push here, but they do have 3 specials on deck. The armor comes out, the bomb hitting the K-Machine, almost killing the K-Machine as well, but all specials are coming out from the side of Tuki. They're going to be able to pop them really quickly and really early on into this push too, but they're going to need to get something with these specials or they're not going to be able to push that far.
Yeah, thankfully a pick going out, as well as that K-Pro getting taken down, so that checkpoint, that first checkpoint, progress is being made. You can see the leader putting all of that pressure down like you talked about, getting that pick as well. That Zap going down is going to be really detrimental, not being able to have armor, not having a tower rider, and so that tower only made it to that first checkpoint before it's starting to reset back into mid. We've got about 2 minutes left on the clock right here. Lex here still looking at that flank position, trying to get some form of one-up on Tuki, and it might work, especially with his armor that they have to their advantage. Tuki's gone 2 down right now. The leader is down on 4Beans, but they're still maintaining a presence because, of course, they can just swap somebody else out on the tower. The Zap here opting for that job right now.
Yeah, Tuki has been struggling here. They haven't been able to figure out something to deal with this charger that's been putting up so much pressure. And especially when they're just dealing so much with the charger, they have the 52 that swoops in and just kills them. The Brush trying to make something happen here, but getting a little too weak and having to forcing themselves to back out Tuki. But they do have another armor coming out on the side of Tuki here, trying to make something work with that, but having the scare of 2 other specials, the Splashdown and the E-Leader getting a nice shot there on the shot. It's just so hard for Tuki to get back in here. That Brush not being able to do much, especially with all the paint control on the side of 4Beans, and the Booyah coming out and getting the pick onto the K-Pro. Just Tuki consistently down a member, not able to make anything happen here, especially when they have a Zap onto their snipe as well. All of their positions are being taken out so quickly here, and nothing really able to of sort to be seen from the side of Tuki.
Yeah, even with this 2 down right now on 4Beans, their members are going to quickly respawn, and you can see where they probably have jumps. Tuki's able to breathe a little bit more as they have a slight opening, and they have that Booyah Bomb from the K-Pro as well, but they only have 35 seconds to make it all the way past 26, well 35 seconds plus any overtime that we might see. So they've really got to step it up right now. They've been on the back foot pretty much this entire game, like you mentioned, and so they've got to they've got to find some sort of crack in just the gameplay that Four Beans is putting out right now, and we'll have to see if they can find that. We're in the last, well, now we're in the last 10 seconds of this, and right now it's just a free-for-all. The tower is just sitting in mid. Tuki's able to hop onto that as their teammates go in. Those missiles are going to single target Lex, as well as that they have that armored brush is getting a pick. Very nice pick with that suction bomb on the tower. Spells trouble. That Booyah Bomb as well. The brush doing everything they can, but it's just not enough, unfortunately, and that's going to be the game for Four Beans.
Yeah, quite the difficult game from the side of Tuki there. I mean, that brush, I've known from a couple brush players, they tell me that brush is not the best weapon on tower control, and we see that brush was just not able to put in as much work as they really wanted to there in that game. They just kept either dying or just getting so close to a kill, but not being able to get that kill without creating a revenge or just dying in general. That brush was just having a tough time in that map. But Four Beans was able to take that game pretty well. I mean, they had such a quick push in the beginning. It was such in their favor in the beginning of the game, even though it was like very back and forth, all these specials coming out consistently from both sides. But once Four Beans finally got a pick, they were able to collapse onto Tuki and get that push started, and eventually went down to that one push that got the game. That was quite the play here. We're going into a game 5 here. Both teams 2 games up. Our final game is gonna be Clamblitz the Reef. Clamblitz the Reef. This is a map.
Yes, indeed. We are now 2-2, and this game 5 is going to be on Clamblitz, right back where we started. But now, of course, we are on the promotional front of Splatoon 2. A map, a very big map, actually. You know, you got quite the distance to travel from your clan basket to the others, especially compared to other short maps like Mako.
Oh yeah, they used to be a lot bigger. I'm pretty sure the old versions of this map. But that bridge in the middle, you gotta control that bridge. That is one of the most important positions in this map. Once you control that, you basically have control of the entire map. You have the entire map at your disposal. This is one of the more favorable maps I'm gonna say for Clamblitz. This is very neutral, especially a majority of the time. Even if you have control, you're able to push back in pretty quickly, unless your enemy team is so far into your spawn. But I mean, both teams have both good comps that could fit on this map. I don't know if they want to play backline. I don't know if Four Beans wants to play backline here, especially E-Leader. They might opt to go for a bamboo or a jet on this map. Teams are looking pretty prominent and pretty nice going into this map.
Yeah, I could definitely understand this swap to a little bit more of a mobile backline. As somebody that's played a good array of anchor weapons myself, it can be a little bit more difficult, especially when you really need to move around with your team when they're pushing up, when they're falling back, and so it can be harder to traverse those distances, especially when you're playing a heavier, slower weapon. So switching to something like you said, a bamboo or a jet, could provide, you know, with your team with that same pressure, with those same lines of paint, but you can be a little bit more mobile, a little bit lighter on your feet. We're going to see the same comp coming out, and ooh, we've got Orange Zap and Double Gal coming out. Ooh, very excited for that, for what Four Beans has for us today.
Double Gal is always just a scary comp, because you know you're sacrificing your accuracy for just raw damage and damage output, especially when 96 does so much damage compared to most shooter weapons. Like, once you get hit with a shot from the 96, you are basically dead to anything that touches you. It might be like the smallest shot or the smallest hit from a bomb. But as we see Four Beans, the McCain machine going down, and Tuki's able to actually gain some control here, pushing Four Beans back into the spawn, getting another pick on the 52 and the 96. Tuki able to collapse on the Four Beans so quickly off of one push. The McCain machine respawning, getting a pick, and almost getting a pick on this K-Pro with a score. Tuki's able to score, get a couple clams in the basket, and as Four Beans is just trying to get somewhere onto this map, they're just falling in, dying. 2 down to the side of Four Beans. Tuki able to put more clams into this basket, and just looks like Tuki's favor right now. The splashdown coming out from the K-Machine, but going down the Zap. Wow.
Yeah, this Zap having a good time, getting out alive and being able to throw in every clam that they had on them. It looks like, even with all of these smaller clams that the members of Tuki have, they weren't able to get any more in, but they already have another power, and this is looking very similar to our first match, where we had a little bit of a back and forth, and then we had Tuki go in with the push that took him down to 30 something. So we'll have to see if history repeats itself if we have another really close game like we did last time.
Yeah, but 4Beans was looking a little strong there, but getting shut down by those missiles from the side of Tuki, and Tuki able to get control back of mid, giving that bridge into their control. They have a power climb as well, able to probably get another push on here, but Lex opting out for a sharking flank here on the left side, trying to make something happen, trying to stop Tuki from pushing up here. Lux getting the flank, see if something is able to be made of this flank. And Zap also noticing the flank and getting picked by the 52, but getting shut down quickly there. Tuki was able to shut down, they were able to get a pick onto Tuki, but Tuki was able to notice that and get the pick there as well, shutting down another member of the side of 4Beans, but everyone just going down. One push, another push coming out from the side of Tuki, but it was a very small push, didn't really gain from the side of just a couple points.
Yeah, just a couple points, but that can make all the difference. Again, we are just seeing relentless aggression from Tuki right now. They have 2 power clams on them right now, and they are already setting up for another push. They are not giving 4Beans any room to breathe right now. That Booyah there, pushing them back a little bit. They are going to immediately rebound from that. We've got the missiles coming out, and on the side of 4Beans, we have that splashdown at the ready from the K machine, but not much else. They are going to take out the member holding the power climb with that. We've got a 3v3 situation right now with one of those members respawning, and just, I mean, a free-for-all right now, as finally we've got a score from 4Beans, but I don't know if they, okay, we have a little bit of follow-up from them, and with those that Booyah bomb there, we're going to be able to get in all 3 of those power clams, which brings them down to 40, which is really nice, especially they do have about 2 minutes left in the game, so with this score, they can hopefully make another follow-up push, especially with a relatively low penalty of 30.
I'm surprised 4B was able to get all 3 of those power clams into the basket there. I mean, they were 2 down like halfway through that push, but Lex is able to go in and actually score like 2 of those clams there. 4Beans like able to get an actual push going on 96, trying to fight this bridge, trying to get into their control. They pop the armor come out, but the 2 specials come out the side of Tuki. Their bomb rush and their missiles able to push back 4Beans from getting anything started here. Just like Tuki just putting up so much pressure onto this, getting the pick, getting 2 down on the side of 4Beans, already able to collapse onto Tuki, getting 3 down on the side. Tuki just playing so relentless here, trying to stop 4Beans from actually breathing at all. They get another push here, getting a couple cleanse into this basket. This could spell the game for Tuki here, but let's see how 4Beans responds.
Yeah, we've got all of those little clams going in, gonna take it to 11. That power clam jump is going to spell the KO and the end of our set. That is a way to finish a game. That is a way to finish a game 5 right there. And now we have our set going to Tuki, 3-2.
Yeah, we ended up Clan Blitz, and we started with Clan Blitz, and both Clan Blitz matches being really in back and forth here. Wow, the Splash getting 14 kills, putting so much work on that game, and with 4Beans having the momentum going in from the 2 games, they were almost able to reverse sweep, but Tuki was able to put them in their place and able to take the last game there. Tuki looking very strong on both Clan Blitz here. They might be strong in the rest of the tournament here. We'll have to just see.
Yes, very impressive set from both teams. And with that, we are going to take just a quick break, and believe we will be right back at you with grand finals, if I am not mistaken. So we will see you then in a couple of minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Swim or Sink 55. Is that if I'm correct?
Yeah, it is number 55.
Grand finals of the Great White Bracket, and we're here back again. Me, Leotos, and Chater here. Hello.
Yes, hello, that is me. We are in grand finals. We've got Sirius versus Tuki. Very, very excited to get this match started. We just saw Tuki win their semifinals set 3-2. It was a very nice set. It was a very nice close set to watch. Very pleasing. And now we get to see them against Sirius.
Yes. Tuki was a very strong team we just saw earlier, as you just said. Yeah, I'm excited to see both teams go at it. I haven't seen Sirius in play as much, but I'm excited to see this match. We're going on to Rainmaker Blackbelly as our first match. Very exciting, very very big, very open, very long map. Very back and forth but once you get into that lead, if you get anything past 30, it's very hard to push back into that from the enemy team. But yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. This map gets notoriously high scoring and fast paced, very, very back and forth. So I mean, if what we saw in the previous set really going to be amplified, especially with the properties of this map. Would not be surprised to see tries or other sloshers come out, especially. I mean, we all know how Blackbelly skate park is. It is so heavily favoring of fall off weapons. We've got the Sploosh 7, we've got the Nautilus. And then we've got that comp that we've been seeing from Tuki. So no sloshers out here, but really excited to see how that Sploosh 7 plays out, because of course you see that weapon pulled out in Rainmaker specifically. So very excited to see that.
It's very exciting indeed. I'm surprised we're not seeing anything like a C-Jet with Ray or anything with Ray for that matter. But we're just seeing very, very aggressive teams, two people going at it. We see Tuki getting the first pick there, 3 down already on the set, 4 a full wipe before I can even say anything. We see Tuki just in such a big position here, able to probably get a lot of points on this board. They have their bombers trying to be popped here, I assume, very quickly, and they're gonna be able to cover a lot of ground. But they're not be able to shut the push down pretty quickly here. But the bombers are probably gonna pop this Rainmaker quickly, and they're being able to get a lot more points here. The missiles coming out from the side of Tuki as well.
Ooh, hammer cancel. Very nice. Yeah, 26-86, and this is what we mean by high scoring on Blackbelly Skate Park. That Booyah Bomb gonna clear a little bit more turf. That Inkjet gets popped as well. Rainmaker getting shut down again. We are at 17-86 right now. This push getting shut down because now that was a 3 down on Tuki, but still very nice opening push. We're seeing another one of those great openers that Tuki's been keeping up with, and of course that K-Shot is still chilling out there. So we've still got a little presence from Tuki on the field. Not necessarily a visible one, but they are very much there, and they are able to get a pick through that shark as well.
Now it's a visible one. I think after they killed the Sploosh there, yeah. But we see Sirius with 2 specials on the board here, able to probably push them. The armor comes out, and the Booyah coming out as well. Tuki opting to pick up the Rainmaker here, put a little more pressure, a little more paint onto this map. The Sploosh trying to get something started here, but 2 down on the side of Sirius already. Tuki just seeing such an advantageous position here, getting a lot of pressure, a lot of picks here, able to capitalize on a lot of the specials they're pushing out here. Tuki just doing a lot. And as we see, they already got 17 here and trying to push back in, trying to get a little more, but not the push getting shut down pretty quickly by the Jet, but also the Jet getting canceled by the K-Shot here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That bomb just very nicely timed. Right now we've got that Rainmaker just chilling out behind that wall right there, a little bit more of a difficult to access spot, not a great place for it to be in, so I wouldn't be surprised if it reset right now, as both teams are just fighting for control around it. We are heading up on the second half of our match right now. Rainmaker's reset back to mid, and we are almost right back where we started, but Tuki's able to get that pop. We have this suction bomb launcher as well as the Booyah coming out as well, so a lot of specials going to come and help them take control of turf, especially since Sirius is 2 down right now with their forced, the other remaining members. This gal, the only one alive now, very much forced to back up. They have that Booyah Bomb at the ready, but they don't anymore because they got taken out now, and so the members of Tuki gonna push that Rainmaker almost all the way back to where they had it before, going 3 down again, but still it's very nice the position that they put it in.
Yeah, Tuki just seeing like the team to take this first game, but I mean we still have 2 minutes on the clock here. Anything can really happen, especially since the Rainmaker is very snowballing mode. Anything can really happen if Sirius can get one pick, they can probably snowball that into 2 or 3 with the Booyah coming out from the side of Sirius. Rainmaker resetting, Booyah coming out, trying to get something happen, but the Shark coming out from the side of Tuki, getting 2 picks, 2 down on each side. They still have a Jet on the side of Sirius. They could make something happen here as we, the missiles coming out as well, able to stop, or at least put a little pressure onto the side to get the...
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Quite the unfortunate pick there from the side of Tuki.
Yeah, you saw they almost had that pick, and unfortunately, when trying to get it, they just didn't see the bomb. So that pick, that pick is going to hurt them a lot. We've got Tuki with the Rainmaker yet again, just over 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this match. Right now, that Rainmaker's just kind of chilling out in mid, but this Keg out here is going to end that along with the help of their Inkjet there. With this 1 minute left, I really hope that Sirius can turn the tables just a little bit here, can get a little bit more aggressive. They have that Rainmaker, that they just need a path. They need to take out members of Tuki, but that Suction Bomb Rush is going to be so dangerous. Thankfully that K-Pro's up, but they really need to watch for the Neo Splash right now. And ooh, there's somebody behind them.
Yeah, the flank coming out from the side of Tuki here, but not getting a lot done with that flank. The flank being shut down, but Sirius was too focused on that flank, and Tuki was able to come in and pick off the members of Sirius. 30 seconds left on the clock. Sirius in a pretty unfavorable position here. Tuki getting back all this mid control, getting their specials. I don't know how Sirius is going to be able to push back into mid, especially with the lack of specials they're going to be having here.
Very much so. I mean, that pop again is just gonna keep going to Tuki, keep giving them that special charge, as well as all of the turf control around it. We've got all of these specials coming out all at once, but oh, that bomb just gonna cut through that armor immediately, gonna kill their chance at overtime, unfortunately. And, well, we'll see that first game go to Tuki.
Quite the unfortunate bomb. I mean, I didn't see that bomb myself either. Like
Neither did I.
The glow of the Rainmaker, being the MVP of that match, able to stop Sirius from getting any push there. I mean, they had 3 specials at the end too. They had that Jet, they had the Booyah, they had the armor, they had so much going in favor of them. They were able to probably make something happen with that bomb, which is able to shut down Sirius's push there. Tuki definitely looking very strong on that map. On that map there. We'll have to see if they can carry that momentum for the rest of the set here. Let's go into Splat Zones Anchovy Games.
Ancho Splat Zone. This is a pretty big zone, and this map is just really dynamic sometimes.
If anything, and you're gonna be seeing a lot of fights happen on those fans, especially.
Yeah, really, just taking the zone is kind of a side effect of taking those fans, and once you have the fans, you start pushing up, you start trying to get that lockout. So really, the zone just kind of comes along with the other areas that you really need to take control of.
Yeah, the entirety of mid might as well just be the zone itself.
I mean, with how important the fans are, they may as well be part of the zone. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing comp changes. These teams know what they want, and they know that they're going to stick with it. So it's just a change in the map mode, and possibly a change in the way they play around it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like both teams are running basically half the same comp. We can see the K-Shot and the Zap, both very prominent weapons, missiles and armor, just very, very strong specials of themselves, and like both those weapons being really strong, having Suction Bombs, one of the best bombs in the game. And you're just going to be seeing how the other weapons play and how they're going to be taking advantage of their advantageous positions. But as we see, Tuki's going to be starting off with this early lead here. The Booyah not getting the pick onto the Zap, being able to pop 2 Booyahs here, or from both sides Booyahs. Tuki going 2 down here. Sirius trying to push up. The jump coming out from the side of Tuki as well. Sirius is going to be able to take advantage of these downs here. But we do have seen armor coming out from the side of Tuki, pushing back Sirius and stopping them from getting anywhere. Oh, but the kill onto the K-Gal. This is Tuki able to push back in pretty quickly. stopping Sirius from getting any other points.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the pick that was on one of Sirius's members, along with that armor, putting Tuki in a little bit more advantageous position, looks like they really were not able to take full advantage of those the player picks that they had gotten, not nearly as much as they could. And right now, you see Tuki's gonna take full advantage of just the one player advantage that they have. Gonna go in, and already they're getting more picks, getting picked themselves. Too slightly, but still they put Sirius really at a disadvantage here, as they're already in the low 30s and counting with that zone timer. It just goes by so quickly. Another Booyah Bomb coming out from this K-Pro as we are almost at 15 right now. The Jet coming in, all the members of Sirius painting for the zone like their life depends on it, but really they're just barely able to neutralize the zone, and with the members of Tuki still up, they might not even be able to keep it neutralized for that long. And the missiles, they're trying to keep the zone cap, but that's 3 down to the side of Sirius, and unfortunately that knockout's just gonna go to Tuki.
What a strong, what a very advantageous position Tuki was in. Even though Sirius was able to, fight for a little bit in the beginning, Tuki just had so much control. I mean, with those Booyah Bombs in those positions, like the K-Pro taking that, the plant there on the side of Sirius, they were able to just stop Tuki from, or stop Sirius from making any sort of push back into the zone, and they held the zone somehow. Even though those missiles I saw almost capped the zone themselves, Tuki was able to hold control of the zone the entirety of their push, and it went to Tuki there. So yeah.
Yeah, we're moving on now to tower control in Inkblood Art Academy, which is just another different beast entirely. It's one of the kind of up there with main stage that we saw earlier, where that second checkpoint can get really hard to pass, especially where the tower is located. There's a lot of different angles for the enemy to attack you from if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm. You usually see people get past the first checkpoint very often. I mean, same as Starfish there. But that first checkpoint, that second checkpoint is so tough to get past. You might as well just, you really need people up into bats and up into those, up past into their spawn to either get past that, because you're just gonna have people peeking over and just shooting at that tower. But as we say that, we're going into this next match, opting to see an L3 from the side of Sirius, if I'm correct.
Oh yeah, that is an L3D, so we're going to be seeing double Inkjet on that side. That's interesting, but understandable for a lot of tower control. They'll have to watch their jumps, though.
Wow, that Nautilus just got kind of beamed in the beginning, just getting shut down so quickly from the side of Tuki, and armors and missiles coming up from the side of Tuki as well, able to, wow, collapse onto Sirius so quickly, already going down. Wow, Tuki is just putting up such a fight here, so much pressure from the side of Tuki, able to get those Booyah Bombs out as well, just taking so many positions here already in the beginning, but getting a little too ahead of themselves and getting shut down before they even get past the second checkpoint here. We see Sirius trying to fight back, dancing around this clam here, almost getting picked off, getting entirely shut down here. Tuki already going down before they can get past anywhere in the second checkpoint.
Yeah, still, I mean, a very efficient first minute push there, taking them to the second checkpoint, but they still have a long way to go. And Sirius now is going to take advantage of that, take control of the tower, forcing Tuki to back up just a little bit, but they still have the specials to back that up. We've got 3 specials online right now. For Sirius, they've popped that Inkjet and the armor as well. They have the Booyah Bomb online, so that looks like they're trying to use these to break out of mid right now. The K-Gal saving that for plat control. Really smart idea of them. And that the K-Pro's going to get taken down as well. Unfortunately, the Nautilus is down, which makes it a little bit harder, but they do have the player advantage right now, so Sirius is going to be able to go in, get this push started a little bit. Here is the Booyah Bomb now targeting that corner right there, trapping players, and now they're going to be able to take advantage of this higher ledge.
See Sirius' first push here, getting past, trying to get past the second checkpoint here, popping that jet, almost getting the pick there onto a member of Tuki, but getting another pick onto that zap going down, unsuspecting jet shot from there, and K-Pro just diving in, getting a nice pick there, and able to trade, gets just stall out the little push from Sirius here. Sirius, going down 3 members here. Tuki trying to push back into mid, trying to stop The rest of this push, getting a nice pick onto the K-Gal. The K-Gal is staggered here. This might be very good, a very advantageous position for Tuki here, trying to push it a little farther into their spawn this time. We see that almost at the armor here to come up from the side. Tuki here almost gonna pop it, just dancing around this tower, trying to get it pushed a little bit. The armor coming out from the side of Tuki, we're gonna be seeing a lot, but armor coming out from the side of Sirius as well. Just trying to battle here with battling armors, trying to see if something happens. Just nothing really happening here. Just people trying to push each other backwards. And Blue comes out from the side as well.
Yeah, that push getting shut down just before it reaches that second checkpoint yet again. 2v2 situation right now, and we've got both specials online for the side of Sirius. Although those are going to get popped up. We're seeing picks go out on both sides as well. Sirius currently in control of the tower, that Nautilus waiting for their teammates to come and back them up. And they found a player as well. They're looking for this pick, looking for multiple picks as well. Sirius here really wants to take the lead. They've got about 2 minutes left, which is a good amount of time, but that lead is not, there's not too much sand between them. They just have to get past a little bit of that second checkpoint. And they really need a big opening for that. Neither team has had a really, really big opening, like a complete wipe situation that they've been able to get right now. So both of those teams are really looking for that, so they can either get the lead or really lengthen that lead.
I mean, we see Sirius is just pushing and using their specials to their advantage, just getting some nice picks here with their jet jumps are the ones that are throwing them back a little bit. I mean, both jets from the side of Sirius were both camped. I mean, even though they were getting picks, those jets were getting picked themselves, and Sirius's push was getting shut down pretty quickly here. Tuki looked like they were in a bad position, but now in a better position here, getting control entirely of mid, pushing back Sirius before they can get anything happen. The bombers coming out from the side of Tuki as well, the Booyah as well. So many specials from the side of Tuki here. Sirius in a bad position, but getting a pick on the side of Tuki before anything happens, and the Caper also opting to fall back the Booyah onto the tower. It just looks like Sirius is just trying to fight back to for mid, anything they can get back here, but Tuki opting to fall backwards, but getting picked as well. Just picks back and forth here. Tuki getting picks, Sirius getting picks, both almost 2 down here. Sirius in a bad position, not wanting to push back in because they're lacking in mana advantage here. They have 2 specials online. They have an armor and a jet that can probably push here with that, as the tower is pushing back into the second checkpoint, almost there. But Tuki opting to fall backwards and trying to get specials here.
Yeah, time is running out for Sirius. They don't have time, but they are making advantage. We have a bloodbath right now, a 1v1 situation on tower right now, which is going to end in favor of Tuki, but Sirius able to take that lead by 10 points, and so now with our overtime, it is up to Tuki to take back this lead, to get all the way through that second checkpoint, which is going to be pretty difficult when, you know, all you have is whatever resources that you have, and that K-Gal has that GG Booyah that they are popping. Both Booyahs right now, actually. One on the tower, taking out Sakura, and ooh, but just able to get back on the tower, pushed off though, and so unfortunately not able to take that lead back.
Sirius is really scraping by that entire match. I mean, they were really struggling to get a winning push there, but at the end they were able to push back those jets into bats and get a couple picks there before Tuki could even get any specials, and that really sealed the game them. I mean, they got the second checkpoint completely finished into their side, and were able to get some picks defending their lead they got at the end, and were able to take the game. First game up for Sirius here. We're gonna be moving on to Game 4, Clam Blitz Piranha Pit.
Oh boy, piranha clams. This is, I have opinions about this map mode.
You're not that big of a fan of this map?
No, not particularly. I haven't played it in a long time, but from what I remember, like, and I play Jet. Like, I play weapons that are good on this map mode, and I don't like it. It's just a line. It's boring.
Really? I am a big fan of this map, actually, so... I mean, I'm a big fan of those conveyors. They're one of my favorite parts. Honestly, one of my favorite obstacles in the entire game. It's one of my favorite maps, and I mean, I do play Swiffer, so I mean, it is a good map for my weapon, even though I do get shut down by bamboo sometimes. It is still pretty. It is still pretty.
Understood. No, this map can actually get really interesting to watch. I just don't like playing it that much, but I do enjoy watching it. It can be fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, once you get put into a bad position, it's kind of hard to get back in, especially when missiles are such a big prominent part of this map. You get pushed into your basket, and you don't know where to go. I mean, missiles can really just close you in, and it's tough to get out of that position. But I mean, mid is pretty big. You have a lot of options to just traverse mid. It's just a big fight most of the time. But yeah, well, I'm expecting the team see the same comps we've been seeing this entire tournament. Both sides probably not going to run double jet here. Probably going to opt for a Bia and a missile this time around. But yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing very similar comps, I assume.
Yeah, I would not really expect too big of comp changes. We've seen a couple of weapon swaps, but nothing huge, like nothing as much as we saw in that last set. So I'm expecting pretty much similar back and forth playstyles to what we've been seeing throughout the last 2 sets. Really, as we start off this match here, you can see those conveyor belts already going. Really, I mean, like, sometimes they just provide me with so much trouble. One of the main reasons I don't really like playing this map, but it can be really entertaining to watch. And we've got VDS, MBU VDS coming out on the side of Sirius. So that should be interesting to watch. We've got more missiles now.
I did say we're going to be seeing some missiles here. Yeah, I mean, VDI is definitely one of the bigger missile weapons. First time we're seeing it today, at least in these last 2 sets. Here we see the armor coming out from the side of Sirius. They're hoping to make a push here happen. The VDS going to the mid, trying to get something happen. They're trying to close here on this conveyor belt, but not able to push in. Actually able to get a pick here. That was a nice pick. And 2-3 down. Wow, Sirius already up to a really great start here, getting some clams, getting a full power clam, able to score here in the beginning, opening 30 seconds on this match. Tuki already in a pretty bad position. Sirius in a pretty good position.
Yeah, already. I mean, this push is just going. We've got it already at 47. I mean, they're pretty much doing to Tuki what Tuki did in the previous set that we watched, giving them a taste of their own medicine. We've got a 2v2 situation here, but that is going to go in favor of Sirius, as now they have more members on me. They've got those jumps coming in. They don't have any more clams on them, but they are quickly gathering more. You're already down to, it looks like 17, and with 11 more, if they are able to get anywhere near that basket, it might be more, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. But still, 17, a great push, especially in that first minute and 20 seconds, and they have that pity, not pity, that's not a pity clam, that's just a regular clam that they made.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what an insane push. Already going below 20. That's one of the best pushes you can get besides, you know, knocking out practically. I mean, Tuki's gonna have to fight for this lead here. They're just throwing burst bombs at them. It's like, but Sirius is being really smart, holding their entire basket, waiting for specials, popping armor, and running in, trying to make something happen, trying to stall or at least stop Tuki from making any push. But Sirius just being a little too aggressive in this push and getting 2 down already. And K-Pro is getting another pick there. K-Pro already putting in a lot of work trying to get this push, having the Booyah Bomb coming out as well. And the Zaptors, or the Nautilus trying to fight for their life in this corner here in their basket, but getting some help from the shot there. We're just seeing a lot happen here. But as they push, Tuki's already getting shut down, 3 down on the side of Tuki, and they jump out. They're only gonna get 1 clam in. Not the best push.
Yes, unfortunate. You see that power clam unfortunately dying as well. They just weren't able to keep the momentum going, weren't able to follow up on that push like Sirius was able to earlier in that game. And unfortunately with the death of one of Sirius's members as well, they might have to abandon that power clam. We've got 3 down though. That's a full wipe right there on the side of Tuki, and so Sirius able to recover that power clam, gonna toss that in, and already they are working through that penalty. You see that bomb rush coming out as well. That penalty is nearly gone. They have a lot of clams on them, and that power clam is gonna jump and gonna miss. Unfortunately though, that's 3 down. Ooh, member picks it up, not able to throw it in though. That miss was unfortunate. That was very close.
If we see Tuki take this game, I'd be punching myself. If I missed that clam, I would not be the happiest person right now. I mean, that was basically a game-ending clam there. If they got that power clam in, that would have been it for the game, and Sirius would have gotten that game. But I mean, Tuki gets his 2nd win here, able to actually get some specials on board. They see the bomb rush coming out from the splash there, and we see a K-Pro holding this Booyah, but a little too early, holding it a little too long, as we see 2 members from the side of Tuki go down, the Booyah coming out as well, but getting another pick. Those K-Pro just fighting for something to happen, but I mean, they just get shut down. And full wipe from the side of Tuki here. We see Sirius going back in the mid, collapsing onto Tuki, as we've seen in these prior 2 pushes.
Yeah, Sirius on their way to build up some more clams. They've got that Inkjet coming out as well. Even with a member down, they still have a lot of control in the map and a lot of clam control as well. That Nautilus unfortunately going down, as well as that Zap stuck in there now on their own. So this is pretty much right here the opportunity for Tuki to take back a little bit more control. Unfortunately, going 2 down, going 3 down, that opportunity is they're not going to be able to take that. This junior has to run for their life right now, a little bit in that corner, not quite able to escape, which results in Sirius all having so much control all the way up directly under their basket, and with them having 7 clams and all of those clams spawning under their basket, it's likely that they'll be making a power clam very soon.
I mean, like, every time we see Tuki get a little bit of control, they just get shut down instantly. Sirius is just so good at shutting down Tuki from making anything happen, really. I mean, we see just a ton of specials coming out from the side of Tuki, but every time they come out the specials, they wait out the specials and they just fight, and Sirius is able to take main control. But we see specials coming out the side of Tuki, see the armor coming out as well as the missiles, and almost going to be seeing a booyah potentially here. But Sirius is just trying to fight with what they have, just stopping Tuki. Tuki needs to make a push here. We're in overtime here, last 30 seconds of this match. The booyah comes out, pushing back Sirius and spreading them out a little bit. That booyah is so good in that position there. They're going to be able to at least capitalize on this, getting 2 down on both sides actually, and going to be stopping the push from happening.
Yeah, that ending 3 down Tuki unfortunately spelled the end for that push. So that is a game to Sirius. And now that takes our set 2-2. And, I mean, that makes... we're pretty much in what is effectively a best of 3. Also,
Wow.
that VDS with the 19K, that could be due to point sensors, but still...
We'll have to see. I mean, the VDS was putting in a lot of work, we're being honest.
Very much, yeah. Still deserves recognition.
Yeah, every time that camera panned over to that VDS, they were getting a kill, honestly. I mean, they put in a lot of work there. I think that was a really good weapon choice, especially on that map. That map is, I mean, when you pair a mobile weapon with a map that has a lot of mobile options, I mean, you get a pretty good combination there. And we saw that come to fruition. I mean, they were able to put in a lot of work on that map, and it was what I believe what spelled Sirius' victory there. I mean, they couldn't even fight it. But yeah, we're moving on to Rainmaker Snapper. This is a controversial map, honestly.
Really? Is
Yeah.
it? I see it in nearly every tournament I commentate, actually.
Really?
It's either this or Snapper Clams that I see all the time. Like, it follows me
Yeah.
everywhere.
I mean, I say controversial because, you know, I think one of the most prominent notices of this map is when Radiance pulled out the Ray here, and it was very, very, very difficult for, I don't remember what set it was, but they were just using Ray, and it was so hard to push. When you have to fight a Ray on this map, it is so tough, especially Rainmaker.
Oh yeah, I mean, as the Ray myself,
Yeah.
understood, but
It's
also
big.
it benefits me. So why would I? why would
Why
I
would
be
you-
against it?
Exactly. I mean, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, CJ. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing a CJ. We haven't seen a backline come out from either side of these teams, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out. Honestly, it's that good of a weapon here. I mean, it just does so much. Ray is such a strong special on this map. And honestly, I mean, missiles are also really good. Anything that really can close the gap, because I mean, it is not that short. It is not that long distance between the Rainmaker and the pedestal on this map. So if you can close the gap pretty quickly, I mean, it could spell demise
I know, yeah.
for the team. Yeah.
Another special I actually really like seeing here is Bubbles, just because it provides a shield for the Rainmaker. I mean, I really like seeing Bubbles in Rainmaker in general, but just here, something like a mobile shield that you don't always have is always really entertaining to watch, especially pushing that middle route. Of course, we're not going to really see any comp changes. We're going to see the VDS switch to a CDS for this map, so we've got Splat Bombs and Rain instead of those missiles instead. But other than that, not really seeing any changes, and I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, having a lethal bomb is just really nice to have, especially when you're trying to fight Pop. Just having that bomb is just really good. So, I mean, opting to go for that over point sensor is pretty good. But we see Tuki already getting 2 down, that missile being able to take out one of the Embers. But the Nautilus able to, yeah, I almost just said that, yeah. The Nautilus getting a nice
Can't
pick.
say that.
I can't say. At least I caught myself saying it. I'm just. I've been pretty family friendly here for the entirety here, but almost slipped out. But the Nautilus getting a nice pick on the Rainmaker and stopping Sirius from getting a pick. and Tuki able to push here, getting a nice trade there. 2 down from the side of Tuki, 3 down from the side of Sirius, getting that push stopped pretty quickly before they can get any points.
Tuki's got a path going to this Rainmaker right now, and they've got a shark here. This is the same K-shot that has been sharking all day that we've been seeing in the previous set as well. Right now, Soup on this Nautilus, watching that Rainmaker, making sure that no one on Tuki tries to pick it up and sneak it past them. They have the Inkjet armor combo at the ready as well, so it's going to be pretty hard to get past that. And of course, it's a little bit hard to score in the beginning on this map. You know, getting all the way over there seems like a lot, but it only gets you 4 points on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 points. Yeah, I don't think this is a very strong push instead of 2. They're not going to be very happy with this push. 2 down from both sides. I don't even know what happened. 3 down on the side of Sirius. I thought Sirius was going to have a good push. They had 2 specials on the board, and now they're 2 down. I mean, the Tuki's going to be able to push a little farther past 96, I believe. Yeah, I mean, we see.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully they're going to be able to make a push here. I mean, they're opting to go for the bottom, the bottom side push here, getting shut down before they can get past 40. But I mean, 41, not a terrible push here. But they're going to keep fighting for a Tuki, but they're going to be able to get more points, up to 24. They're just sneaking the Rainmaker past, even though they're 3 down. They're able to get 17 more points under the board, sneaking it under Sirius's noses there. I mean, 24 points. It's not that bad of a push here.
Yeah, that Rainmaker carrier just really just said, you know, the rest of my teammates are down. Well, I'm gonna pick it up. What could go wrong? And they got all the way up to 24. So sometimes that just pays off in Rainmaker. You never know. But of course, we've got that Rainmaker resetting back to mid. We've got specials galore. That pop is going to Sirius. So we have a little bit more of a special advantage on that side. That's Splash, unfortunately, going down. Zap down on the side of Sirius, so that means no armor for the time being until that Zap respawns. And meanwhile, we've got the CDS here, Rain charging up, and hopefully they can put in some more work like we saw in that previous match. And there we go, there's another pick on that CDS, on the K-Pro as well, so that means they don't have to worry about nearly as much damage. Meanwhile, their teammates are pushing that up, getting it all the way to 24. Oh, there is the lead, the 2-point lead. That is, the Rainmaker pop. That was a lethal Rainmaker pop, killing 3, if not 4 of them. I don't know if it caught all 4. No, I think that the one that died was the Rainmaker, so it caught the other 3, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that Rainmaker pop was so fast that, I mean, Sirius didn't know what hit him. They just got knocked out before they even know what was happening. I mean, but they got to 22 there. I thought we were gonna be seeing the Rainmaker go at 24, and they're gonna be fighting there. But we're seeing the Sirius get the control. I mean, Sirius has been having a hard time pushing in, but they were able to get that push to 22 and shutting down Tuki as well. Shutting down the Rainmaker push there. A bloodbath here. I mean, we see 2 down on both sides. And Tuki wanted to continue this push, having to fight the Nautilus here, the Splash with the Nautilus, trying to hold this Rainmaker into this position. I mean, they still have it in their spawn. I'm not sure. They're just going to keep fighting for here. The Bomber's coming out as well, and they're going to try and opt to push it off the side, but they couldn't get it off into the out-of-bounds area. They're going to continue to hold onto this Rainmaker. 1 down the side of Sirius. This is really good for Tuki, able to probably get some points here. Not sure if they can get the lead. They can't get the lead. It's just, I mean, Tuki's trying so hard here.
Yeah, they have that pop as well, but with the 3 members of Sirius as well as that Rain, there is no way that the remaining member of Tuki is going to be able to push that. They do go out with a pick, though, as that Rainmaker resets, and they're still maintaining a presence here, so they have this area clear. They could very well make another push here, especially with that Bomb Rush at the ready. They have only 18 seconds left, so it's not much time for them to move. So they have the Rainmaker. They're going to take it this way. You can see that happening. They have those missiles at the ready. Put the K-Pro out. That's going to make it so much harder. And you can see the CDS just biding their time, waiting here, looking to come from a different angle, making sure that Tuki has to watch their backs at all times. We've got all of these suction bombs coming out here. The Rainmaker under this ledge, trying to find a little bit of an opening, but we've got just the members of Sirius dropping on them relentlessly. This is Zap just gonna go for the kill. They get it. That's the end of the game.
Wow, I thought the Zap was gonna die there before they get the pick, but the Zap was able to clutch it out and get the pick on the Rainmaker. I mean, wow, Tuki was just trying to pull a little bit of a last minute push there. I mean, they had like 30 seconds left in that timer, and then they got shut down by that Zap. I mean, it was basically game over if Sirius was able to hold that, and they did. They were able
And
to
now,
put him,
yeah, it was the Zap's turn to hold 19 KA for that game. Impressive numbers coming out from Sirius.
yes. Sirius, yeah, the Zap, I mean, like, you may say that a lot of those kills might be assists, but hey, I mean, the Zap did put in a lot of work. They got the last
And
kill
that's the
there.
Zap doing their job too. Assists are
Yes.
important. Good timings of the armor pops are important because it means that teammates with their armor are using their armor to get picks, and that's really important.
You know that Zap is putting in a lot of work with their special. Any ounce, if you get a lot of assists, then Zap is really good because you're getting a lot of mileage out of your armors, and that's what you really want with those armors. But moving on, we're going to Zone's Humpback.
Did someone say K-Gal?
Oh no, I'm not.
Did someone say Booyah Bomb? I don't know
Oh
what
my
else you
gosh.
expected here.
This is a. I don't know. I have choice words for this map. Not one of my.
I
not one
don't
of
think
my
you can
favorites.
say them on stream.
Yeah, I'm holding myself back from saying anything. If this was a different stream, maybe. But right now, I'm just gonna say I strongly dislike this map. Not a big fan.
And I can understand that.
I mean, when the entire zone is just in mid and you can just throw Booyah Bomb from your spawn, I mean, why wouldn't you? And why wouldn't it be such a strong strategy, just throwing Booyah Bombs or bomb rushes just into the zone, constantly fighting that zone? It's just a battle for the zone at that point. It's not even, you're not even interacting with your enemy team, you're just throwing specials and seeing what sticks.
Special spam at its finest, humpback zones.
Yes, it's a staple. It's always been that staple. I mean, you see, I remember strongly that Starburst when like something like Silver Aerospray and were able to on this map were just throwing out bomb rushes on that zone, and they weren't, and FT1 wasn't able to do anything about it. I mean, it's just whatever. If you have a paint special that does so well here, I mean, it's just going to be so much better, so much better.
I mean,
So,
they say paint is the name of the game with Splatoon, but I think this map took it a little bit too far.
little bit. I mean, yeah. The whole point of the game is that you're turfing the ground. I mean, zones is basically just turf war, but in a selected area. But hey, I mean, if it works, then I mean, do it. I mean, if it doesn't, why wouldn't you? So,
To each their own, I suppose.
I guess so. But yeah, this is I'm assuming we're gonna be seeing missiles, we're gonna be seeing Booyah Bombs here. I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised if we see two Booyah Bombs from one team here. I'm not sure, but I mean, it wouldn't be weird to see here. But yeah,
It would not be anything new, that's for sure.
exactly. I mean, whenever I see this map, I just see like bronze Aerospray with just able to pump out Booyah Bombs like crazy. I mean, anything that can be thrown at the zone here, it's good. It'll work. So
Pretty much, yeah. This is the one place where action teams might actually consider running Aerospray. Wow.
yeah, crazy, huh? I mean, you also might consider running a heavy Splatling here, which is very unseen, honestly.
Yeah, heavy remix here can actually have a fun time.
Yes, surprisingly, when you're full of a meta where heavy is not that strong a weapon, you'd be surprised when you see heavy being an actual pick on some maps. And I don't mean to offend any heavy players. I love the weapon. I think the weapon's really cool. It's just not in the strongest position at this moment. But hey, I mean, if it works, it works. So
Yeah, sometimes it's just really nice seeing a weapon that works for once.
yes,
Something. So you don't often get to see it, and so finally when you do get to see it, it's actually really nice.
I mean, when you're seeing the same 5-6 weapons consistently in most modes, I mean, it's nice to see that. Nice to see those weapons you don't often see get a time in the limelight there. I mean, even if it is Booyah-centric weapons and weapons that paint like crazy, like Aerospray or Remix or even X-Washer on this map could be really good. I mean, even if it's just paint based and it's just sitting in spawn and painting, it's nice to see them have their little niche there. But I mean, yeah, I mean, not much else to say about this map. This map is just paint centric.
Paint centric and slosher centric sometimes. If you got that one
Slosher.
person that pulls out the try or whatever for this map mode.
Yes, I see the Soda Slosher come out here too, especially in top level. I mean, it is a very strong weapon here. It's hard to fight Slosher when it can just shoot over those slopes and prevent you from even moving in, especially when you got Bomb Rush there, and just a Splat Bomb as well. I mean, the kit is really good for this map. Bomb Rush is really strong, especially when closing the gap. It's a strong weapon, but I don't think we'll be seeing it here. I haven't seen a Slosher come out in this side. We might just be seeing very similar comps. I don't know. Nautilus might not be the best pick. I've heard Nautilus is the strongest pick here. They might have to change up their comp in those regards there. But I mean, we'll be seeing a little bit of a comp change, especially for this map.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to change, but in map modes you force you to. It's just a matter of playing around what you're given, really. That's why we have map lists.
Yes, and that's why we have a wide variety of selections of weapons here. I mean, if you were given the same shooters on this map, it'd be really awkward to say the least. I mean, yeah, at least you have those niche weapons to choose on these maps, and honestly, it just gives the game a little more flair, a little more spice, a little more gives it a little more of an interesting rep when you see other weapons come out on this side. But we're finally going to be starting this match. Yes, we had a good discussion.
Here we go. We did have a good discussion indeed. Oh, look at that! Double booyah! Wow! K-Gal! Wow! No one is surprised at all. Absolutely no one is surprised.
What do you mean? I am completely surprised and utter shock.
Yeah,
right
I've
now.
never seen K-Gal played in a competitive scene before. It's so nice to have it.
Never ever. I mean, it's such a niche weapon. You very, very rarely see it.
Oof, missile picks. That's a way to start the match.
Yeah, we're just seeing a little bit of that, yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of that. And of course, what would this be without a booyah? Not actually aimed at the zone, but of course they already had control of the zone, so that's the next best place to put it. We've got armor coming out from Sirius, and they're going to be able to take back control of that zone. No penalty, they'll work through that very quickly, and as you can see, they're quick to move into the next positions that they're going to be both defending those as well as aggressing onto Tuki, aggressing onto that plat and moving up. Then they're about to take lead as well. They have the armor and the inkjet at the ready. And yes, and the missiles. Lots of things happening right now. Oh, both those booyah bombs coming onto zone. Those missiles. Oh, this Zap is not having a good time. Manages to escape. This inkjet coming out as well, looking for some picks, not quite finding anything. Meanwhile, we've got the K-Gal on the zone. Splash walls galore right now. They are just everywhere. And that booyah bomb is almost at the ready again.
Gosh, and we just saw in that in Tuki's control that they got it down to, or in Sirius's control they got it down to like 60, and then you just saw 20 specialists coming out. Like everything on the screen was just exploding. And you saw 2 booyah bombs in the zone. I mean, how are you gonna contest that when there's 2 booyah bombs on both sides of the zone? Even though you can paint over it, it's just. Yeah. It's just there's no point.
I would just run like at that point, but like the Zap made a very wise decision, I would say, to just run.
Yeah. Not a very advantageous position there if you're a Zap who can't throw a bomb and really can't paint from a far distance there. But yeah, I mean, we see Sirius is in control here, still in the lead, even though they had to fight the Tuki's control there. The booyah bomb coming out from the side of Tuki and able to cap the zone. Another booyah bomb coming out and getting a pick on the 52. Sirius getting shut down really quickly here, but the jet coming out from the side of Sirius as well, getting a pick on the K. Pro, it's gonna get stopped and probably gonna be camped here as well. But actually, it's going to be able to escape and jump out. They're letting Sirius keep one of their mates alive here. But Tuki getting the lead, throwing the wall there, trying to get some specialists here, trying to push back in. They have an armor, but they need something to pair with that armor in order to stop it, in order to get this into their control.
You know, sometimes I wonder what the devs anticipated when they added Booyah Bomb to the game. Like, did they anticipate that this would happen on humpback zones and it would just be Booyah spamming? While I'm talking about this, there's a wipe on Tuki. That is very unfortunate, but of course that gives Sirius so much room to expand, to go and aggress onto Tuki's plat and go up into their spawn. You can see all this purple coming up right underneath their feet, being like, you know, I remember when Booyah Bomb first released, and I was like, wow, the Heavy Spotlight Remix guy was just a little tiny, you know, casual player, didn't even know about the comp scene, and it wasn't known online at all, and I was like, wow, Booyah Bomb, this looks like such a fun special, oh my gosh, I'm a Heavy Remix main now, and you know, now we're here. But that's unfortunately another wipe on Tuki right when that penalty is gone, and we are in the 20s, so Tuki basically has one more chance at a push right now, and that chance is running low. We've got 3v3 situation right now, that K-Gal's down, you can see the members diving for the zone, but that ending Booyah Bomb is what's going to seal seal the deal. Sirius takes this set 4-2 and takes SOS 55.
I mean, what a match to end it on. I mean, we just saw. I think we saw more specials than interactions in that game. And hey, I mean, if it's the map, you can't blame it. I mean, if you're faced with this map, you're gonna be seeing a lot of specials. You're gonna be seeing a lot of booyahs. We saw a lot of booyahs and a lot of deaths from the specials there. But yeah, this is going to be Sirius's tournament here. Swim or sink 55. Wow. Last game.
Yes. Thank you to everyone for coming out and watching tonight, as well as our wonderful streamer. And yeah, thank you for commentating with me. It was a pleasure.
Quite the pleasure. It was very, very fun watching these last two sets here.
We saw some great sets on stream today. And with that, that is going to do it for us, as the flavor text says. See you all next week for SOS 56. And with that, goodbye.
Yes, see ya.